All right, you guys, welcome to the video. It's me, Ciara, aka Ciara in the bonus, and we are here live on Twitch. Make sure you guys drop a follow to the Twitch to pull it to the live stream. Be a part of the conversation. We do music, video reactions. We have different types of conversations about pretty much everything. So if you guys want to be a part of the community and give me music and video suggestions, let me know in the comments what y'all want me to check out, or come on to the live stream. Let me know you're from YouTube, and shout out to all of y'all that have already come over and shown love. I appreciate y'all so much. Now, y'all know what we got. Y'all know it's time. Okay, I will check out the Euphoria reaction too. Y'all told me to check it out. I will. But this one just came out like literally 2 hours ago. 3 hours ago. So let's go ahead and get into it. Let's see what's the dirt got to say. He's very detailed. I love his videos. I know he has a bias for Drake, so I know he can't wait to get this one out. I know, because I remember him posting a tweet that he like ended up deleting about some like allegations or something like that. So I'm gonna give you guys my objective thoughts on this, as I always do. Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments, because I pretty much do these videos to have a conversation and really hear from everyone else. So let me know what y'all think. Feel free to share your opinion. I do respond to all the comments. Also, you guys, if you are a Kendrick fan, because I know some of us Kendrick fans, you know, I know how we do. We be hate watching stuff about Drake. I'm gonna be honest, we be hate watching. Go check out the Kendrick Lamar reactions playlist. We will be doing a re-listen to Good Kid, Mad City, To Pimp a Butterfly, and Damn, Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. When I first started listening to Kendrick, I was like 13, 14. So now that I'm an adult, like 23, I want to kind of like re-listen and reanalyze. So I will be doing reactions to those. You can catch them live on stream. But let's go ahead and get into it. This is gonna be a long one. Y'all make sure y'all get a snack. Yo, W Ray, welcome in, you guys. Thank you so much. We're about to react to a video. So you guys say hey to YouTube. I'm recording right now. We're doing one take, so buckle up, guys.
Guys, so once again, one at a time, if you haven't been paying attention, I'm breaking down these records in the order that they were released.
Appreciate the Ray gang.
Which means we're now at Family Matters for Drake.
I can't wait till he does Meet the Grams.
Realize that it is very possible to be a fan of two artists at the same time, right? Like,
bro, you literally told us you're a Drake Glazer. You're literally from Canada, bro. It's okay. We all have our biases.
Indeed possible.
It's okay, gang.
And I fully understand that.
What's
I'm not
good, TTV Fisher?
Any popularity points for giving Drake any sort of
He's compromised
for his record. I know for a fact
You're
that
compromised.
if I approached his breakdown in a way where I completely all over it, I'd get way better feedback from the audience. But I'd also be
bro. We know you're gonna glaze Drake. It's okay, gang.
Because Drake doesn't.
Hope you guys having a good day.
Great points on this record. And I also truly believe that as the years go by, this breakdown will be appreciated and respected. Now,
I respect him doing each one. I'm gonna just say that I respect you doing both perspectives and all that, but I'm not gonna lie, as Kendrick fans, we gotta see that Meet the Grams one. I can't wait till he does that. We'll probably get in like 2 or 3 months.
Family Matters, we need to look at what Drake was doing on social media leading up to the track.
The trolling.
He posted several things online. First, Drake posted a photo of his son Adonis looking into a mirror with the caption, "Mirror time Crody," and this in itself has a couple meanings.
You know what? I just gotta say, before I even get into that, I mentioned this in the other video, the other time we were reacting to something Drake related. I said this, I'm like, yo, so Drake, with the Pusha T beef, you said the reason you hid your son from the world was, oh, like, I wasn't hiding my son. I wasn't hiding my son from the world. I was hiding the world from my son, right? But then after Pusha T exposed that you have a kid, you still have been parading him around as if he's like a toy or whatever. Now look, y'all gonna say, oh, a man can't have his son. No, look, you have to understand where I'm coming from. I'm a person that believes that no kid should ever be put on the internet, and I am anti whoever, I don't care if it's a celebrity, using their kid for content. I personally just don't feel like children should be exposed on the internet where so many people have opinions on them, and especially if you already have a big platform. Personally, I'm just pro protecting the kids. I feel like if you're a parent and you're using your kid for content, personally, I just think it's pathetic. Whether you're a random person on TikTok, a YouTuber, or a Drake, I personally just feel like kids should not be in the public light, especially while they're developing, where people can form opinions that they can end up seeing I just feel like you need to protect the kids over anything brand related or content or making your optics look a certain way. That's just my personal opinion, and it's really not going to change. Because I feel like if you need to use your child for content, that says more about you as a person or as a creative or whatever your job is than anything else. And that's just my 2 cents. So like, here's my thing though. If you like, I'm agreeing with the logic that Drake said. I need to hide my kid from the world, right? I agree with that. But why is it that after Pusha T exposed Adonis, he just used that as a pass to just put him out there? And then if you were hiding the world from your kid, why did you have a whole album rollout? Or not album rollout, but like rollout with Adidas or Nike or whoever it was. Why did you have that rollout that would have included putting your child in the public light? That's number one. And then number two, just because Adonis exposed that you had a kid didn't mean that you had to put your kid in public display, which makes me question why. Like, was he even... He just must have been lying, y'all, to just put it like frank. Because if you felt that way about not putting your kid in the light, what would change just because someone exposed that you had a kid? That didn't mean you had to put your kid out there. That's just my 2 cents.
First off, Drake is directly responding to Kendrick's shots on Euphoria, where he mocked Toronto slang.
Don't speak on the family, Crody. It can get deep in the family, Crody.
Secondly, Kendrick has mentioned a mirror in several songs throughout his career.
Okay.
I know what you're scared of, the feeling emotions inferior.
Okay.
Sometimes I look in the mirror and ask myself, and every day that glass mirror get tougher to watch.
However, the more obvious reason for Drake's reference here was with respect to a track on Mr. Morale called Mirror, and this was the outro of the album where he touches on things like self-reflection and internal growth.
Okay.
We also got an Instagram post from Kendrick's fiance Whitney where she says, "Sometimes the mirror is a harsh critic. Shit can get real ugly. I'm proud of the work we've done individually and as a family. Kendrick Lamar, thank you for your transparency. Healing can begin." So Drake is telling Kendrick, it's mirror time. It's time for some reflecting.
My
again.
God, I see why this is so long. I mean, this song was like, what, 7 minutes long?
And next, Drake would post a video from the movie The Equalizer starring Denzel Washington.
I'm going to kill each and every one of you. And the only disappointment in it for me is that I only get to do it once.
And it was just a couple hours later
and
where
it never
Drake
happened.
would post a photo of some caution
tape,
tape,
I don't even remember this one.
metaphorically warning everyone about the drop. And then finally he posted a doctored version
the infamous red button
of the cartoon Ren and Stimpy, depicting Stimpy as an owl looking at a red button. And as you guys know, Drake has mentioned this red button on many tracks before.
If I press this red button, dog, everybody heaven gated. Press this red button, dog, and everything forever changes.
Next, we need to take a look at the track
Weakest
that got
red button of all
entirely
time.
overlooked as it was posted with Family Matters, but only on Drake's Instagram account.
Oh, is this the one where he did like the rendition of that song that him and Kendrick did?
And for those that don't know what I'm talking about the Buried Alive Part 2 track.
Why did he like delete this? Why did he keep this up? Because I didn't even get a chance to hear it for real.
Now, if you didn't watch my 616 breakdown, definitely check that out because that's also a theme in that record. On Part 2, Drake cleverly mocks Kendrick's original concept.
If you was in a pine box, I would surely break the lock. In a pine box, I would shovel dirt on top.
And just a little backstory on the original Buried Alive track, because
Drake
this
is such
important.
a troll.
The last three bars.
You know what? That makes it even funnier that like he tried to do the Meek Mill method, and what's crazy about this whole beef is like it's the fact that like Drake realized during the Meek Mill beef the power of the internet and public perception. If you could win over the internet and have people making memes for you and things like that, you don't even have to lyrically or skill-wise be better than the person you're going against. If you can get the internet on your side, making memes, trolling the person, all that, you automatically win. It's public perception over reality in the internet age. It's so wild how he did that and like low-key, I don't want to say invented, but like he pioneered that moment, and was one of the first rappers that I think truly understood how to win the internet, how to play the internet games like trolling, memes, stuff like that. But then Kendrick, who's not even an internet type dude, ended up winning the internet and having people making memes and videos and TikToks and all that for him to outdo Drake. It's crazy.
Of the song was written from Drake's perspective, and this was something that Kendrick revealed in a 2011 Double XL interview. And again, I dove way deeper into why Kendrick wrote this from Drake's perspective in the 616 breakdown.
Yeah.
So Drake is really taking a chance to mock Kendrick with this Buried Alive Part 2 track, and this was supposed to be like a cherry on top for Family Matters, but it definitely did not work out that way, as Drake would eventually delete this.
If you was in a pine box, I would still be in my spot.
Drake starts off to
He
mocking
really took
by
the time to do
insinuating
that and just to delete it.
even if Kendrick was dead, which is unfortunately when people are truly celebrated, that Drake would still be ahead of him. It's a story as old as time, right? Nipsey, Dolph, Jim Morrison, Kurt Cobain. All these guys get immortalized after they pass away.
Looking in the mirror, still embarrassed. Stop talking, how you gonna spare us?
Drake states that Kendrick is still insecure about his position in hip-hop, and even 13 years later, Drake is still big bro. It's exactly how it was on the original Buried Alive track. And this is where he's rebuttaling Kendrick's claims.
But you know what's interesting about that? What was that video? We literally just watched a Drake-related video the other day, and they were talking about how Drake... Oh, it was FD Signifier. Y'all should check that out. I'm with the Culture Feeling analysis on the Drake Kendrick beef. They were talking about how, like, Drake was like, you know, when he took Kendrick on tour during that whatever that Take Care tour, he was obviously the way bigger artist. Kendrick was, I won't say unknown, but he was definitely making a name for himself around like that 2013 time. Drake was kind of in that R&B and rapping bag, right? Leaning more towards R&B in that era. And like he still wanted the acceptance of people in the culture, the gatekeepers, the hip hop purists, right? And he was clearly trying to like win over those people. And I think at a certain point he pivoted to realizing that he would never like truly be respected by those people like as a rapper. And this is my personal opinion. I feel like he realized he wouldn't win over those people and stopped trying to win over the hip hop and rap heads. And then he was like, you know what? They're going to say Kendrick's better than me as a rapper, because he was, even at that time, Kendrick was a better rapper, right? But like, he was like, you know what? Drake said, if I could be the bigger artist, maybe I should stop appealing to the hip hop rap people. I'm never going to satisfy them as an MC. Because even if I rap good and I have these big songs, they still don't respect me as a rapper. So maybe I should just try to be a star. And if I'm big as a star and I rap, then that will automatically make me the biggest rapper or the best rapper. I think that was Drake's logic. And he tried to do that. And I think it did end up winning some people over, because like if they're looking at the stats, look at what the albums are selling. Look at how big of the hits he had, right? But that group of voices of like hip hop purists got smaller and smaller and smaller over the years, which is why I think he kind of like took the top spot in a lot of people's minds, because they're like, look at his numbers. On some like real LeBron type stuff, I always say like Drake and Kendrick remind me, no, not Drake. Drake and LeBron remind me of each other with how they realize if they could control their own narrative, then they could kind of like manufacture this belief or sentiment of them being the best. Now, I will say, even though I'm a LeBron hater, I could still be objective about his greatness. LeBron is closer to being the GOAT than Drake is to being the GOAT. But still, LeBron's like, you know, on that Jay-Z mentality, like, men lie, women lie, but numbers don't. Numbers don't lie, right? I feel like Drake and LeBron both got that mentality where they're like, you know what? I'm going to just pad my stats or just build the stats. You know, I don't want to play semantics. I'm going to just worry about my stats and then let the stats do the talking down the line in the history books. Because if I pat my stats or build my stats up so much, by the time my career's over, they'll have no choice but to call me the GOAT compared to everyone else. But it's like there's still intangible things or other accomplishments that the other GOATs in the conversation have that these two kind of don't, right? look at Michael Jordan, 6 final wins in a row, 6 final MVPs. How many regular season MVPs he got? Like 5 or 6. 10-time scoring champ. Like, there's certain things, and then the mentality, the fear people have. It's so many different things outside of accumulated stats, right? That make people able to argue for the other GOATs more than someone like LeBron or Drake that are accumulating these stats, right? You're looking at their totals, right? Versus like the nuances and the intricacies and the small details, you know? So I feel like it's a good strat. I can't lie. That, I mean, if you want to like kind of have your legacy perceived a certain way, I can see why a person would kind of go that route, right? But there's always going to be detractors that are like, nah, that doesn't matter. Like, we're looking at this other person, and we're looking at, like, say Kendrick maybe, or who someone else considered to go, Tupac. You know, maybe someone's looking at the impact they made along with the stats instead of just the stats in isolation. I feel like that was kind of Drake's method, and I think that was probably a better route for Drake to go, to just try to be a bigger artist than everyone else, and maybe people can't dispute him if his stats were just so good. You know, what can they say at a certain point? That was, I think, the strategy that Drake took.
Sparing him on Euphoria.
I can double down on that line, but spare you this time. That's random acts of kindness.
And we'd soon learn that Kendrick would indeed double down, because we got Meet the Grams, and then we got Not Like Us.
React like an infant.
Oh my God. He really did double down. Like, he said I could double down. He really did with 2 songs when you think about it. Number 1 was Meet the Grams, and then number 2, he talked about the girl allegation thing twice. I never thought about it like that. I always thought about it like took him literal, but like he literally did talk about it doubly in 2 different songs.
Whenever I had mention, it's like you need tension. I always get attention.
And if you're not familiar with the original Buried Alive
You always
track,
need attention
Drake
to get
really
his
is
attention. That's
matching
low-key
his
what J. Cole said, right?
stylistically pretty well bang on. So Drake plays a pretty good angle here, as there are many examples of Kendrick using conflict to his advantage. For example, the Control verse was amazing, but let's be real, had he not name dropped all those rappers, it would have been totally forgettable. No, bro, he was shaking up the game. No, he did that for attention. Kendrick Lamar did Control to get attention.
Could it be both? Could both be true?
I
think it was both.
Facts. Then we've got the BET freestyle where he...
Kendrick definitely attention whore. He want the crown for himself. That's why he went on this whole shebang. All of these guys are attention whores, though, when you think about it.
Dissed Drake and then denied doing it after. And while he does do his thing in that cypher, without this element, it wouldn't have caused much buzz. That was the only reason...
Oh, and nothing's been the same since I dropped Control and tucked the sensitive rapper back in his pajama clothes. Type shit.
Why the cypher made headlines.
Obviously, he was talking about Drake.
And he's done similar shock value things like the Heart Part 4, and now again...
Wait, the Heart Part 4? Yeah, didn't people say he was talking about Big Sean?
Like that record. And look,
what clip did he put? Wait, so they were saying that he was dissing Drake? Am I tripping? Kendrick fans and hip-hop fans that paid attention at this time, y'all let me know. Wasn't the rumor like Kendrick was dissing Big Sean at that time? Am I tripping?
And now again, he did it on the Like That record. And let's not sugarcoat it. These were massive moments for Kendrick. And J. Cole said the exact same thing.
Why I got here off of bars, not no controversy.
So both Drake and J. Cole feel the exact same way.
You always said how you want to bury me alive. Jealousy disguised as your motherfucking pride.
So coming off the last line about seeking attention, Drake appears to reference Kendrick's shots on Control, where he essentially said that he was trying to get Drake and all the other rappers out of here.
Oh, God. Really? I know you're not talking about that. I got love for you all, but I'm trying to murder you niggas. I know you're not talking about that line, right?
Bury them.
But I'm trying to murder you niggas. Trying to make sure your core fans never heard of you niggas.
In the second line...
Bro, I was just talking about this in the other react we did. That line... Oh, yeah, because FD put that clip of Drake on the radio show. What's her name? Angie Martinez. where he was like, "Oh, Kendrick said harsh words," and I was like, "Wait, I always wondered what were the harsh words that Drake was talking about? Was it that line where he was talking about he would, everybody?" And I was like, "Wait, does Drake not understand that he meant like lyrically, like rap battle type vibe? That's a very common thing. You know what I'm saying?"
Drake claims that Kendrick was always jealous of his success, and I personally believe that this was true at one point.
Yeah,
as
I
we
think that
have
could be true.
Kendrick's own words to support this.
Me and my girl split the bucket to KFC. She listening to Drake, and all I can say, damn, these that much better than me, baby.
So, I mean, this
Yeah.
was 15 years ago, in
that's true.
2009. Whitney is listening to Drake. He sounds pretty jealous to me. And some might argue that this isn't jealousy and that it's really a genuine dislike for how Drake represents a part of hip-hop that Kendrick
both.
doesn't respect. But if this were true, then why collaborate with Drake in the first place?
Being an opportunist. I don't know. I don't know if he felt that way all the time, because remember, didn't Kendrick also say, "I like Drake with the melodies. I don't like Drake when he act tough." On this tour, in this era of Drake, first of all, he didn't know him on a personal level, right? Number two, people do things all the time with people that they don't like purely to advance their career. I don't know if that was the case for him. I genuinely think he could have been a fan at that point, saw it as an opportunity. Good opportunity. Why would you turn it down? Unless your pride is just getting in the way that much, right? But in this era, this is like the closest to Drake with the melodies, right? So, I mean, Kendrick literally, there was a video of Kendrick riding in a car listening to Drake, like singing type music. So I think he could have genuinely been a fan. And then like 2 years later after this, during the, if you're reading This Is Too Late era, he started to try to transition to like this more thug street dude type imagery. So it could very well be true that between when they first met and over time, or maybe even seeing Drake's lifestyle behind the scenes, that could have changed his perception of him. We won't really know, but that's just my best guess.
If you were really against what Drake was doing musically or what that stood for, and you're this real dude,
If you felt like
then
it wasn't
why
authentic
work with Drake in the first place? Because that would be fake, right? Drake had everything that Kendrick ever wanted, and even on the original...
Other point I was going to say. Like, I think what Kendrick's problem could be, and this could be jealousy, would be like, okay, in my mind, we're talking about rapper, people are calling you a rapper, but I think I'm a better rapper than you. If I'm Kendrick, I'm thinking I'm a better rapper than you. I can't believe that you got as much fame, success, and all that, and I'm better skill-wise at the art of it compared to you. I think that could be what he's thinking, and I think he could definitely call that jealousy.
Original Buried Alive track, he talks about how he felt when he found out that Drake was the same age as him, but was way more successful.
He said that he was the same age as myself, and it didn't help because it made me even more rude and impatient. So
I don't know what else you want to call this, but jealousy and envy, because that is what this is.
I took you on your first tour with us trying to catch a vibe. I was headline, you was standing on the side. Brought you in that other hoe along for the ride.
So again, Drake delivers nothing but facts here. Even on the original Buried Alive track, Kendrick seemed...
Oh, that must be the re-recorded version, right? The parody one. So he was talking about A$AP Rocky. He called A$AP a hoe.
Extremely excited about meeting Drake, almost like he was finally gonna get his moment because of it.
felt like the initiation, a reality living in the matrix.
So I mean, even then he's saying meeting Drake was like an initiation, like he's finally getting his moment. Shit's finally gonna cut through. Wow, Drake, like, you know, that's what this is. And this turned out to be 100% true, and Drake is quick to bring this up because he really did take Kendrick and A$AP Rocky on their first big tour.
Right.
Drake was indeed headlining while these guys were on the sidelines, and even Kendrick himself said he was not used to these big crowds and that he was overwhelmed with the look that Drake just gave him.
Nigga Drake holding us down, you know what I mean, pulling us out there to see this motherfucking crowd that we ain't seen before, me and A$AP. The transition of me doing the 2,000 venues I've been doing packed in is a little sketchy for me doing this 10,000. I gotta really work some motherfucking magic.
So I do think it's safe to say that Kendrick once held a degree of envy towards Drake, and this isn't the first time that Drake held this tour over his head, as he's brought it up multiple times now. First, it was 2013 on the remix with Future.
Inside the hood like I'm from there. So you know it's all good when I come there. I hear you talk about your city like you run there. Then I brought my tour to your city. You my son there.
Wait, they were still cool around this time. Well, maybe it fell out in 2013. What y'all think? What y'all think about that song specifically? I think Drake be just taking shots and being subliminal, whether he cool or not cool with people. It's like he be buddy working with people, doing business, friends with them, and then take their girl at the same time. So it's like I wouldn't put it past him to really feel like that. I mean, but I feel like there could have been other people he was on tour with too. But I definitely feel like that does a lot of Kendrick though. I don't know if that's who he meant, but yeah.
Then he mentioned it again on 4 p.m. in Calabasas.
When they told me take a
What year was this?
on the road, and I told them no and drew for Kendrick and Rocky.
And I believe that he was referring to this again on a more recent track, Red Button.
Niggas got you to the spot, and then you separated. Reasons for it speculated.
I don't think anyone can deny the shine that Drake gave these guys, and I do believe Drake wanted them to win. Now, to be fair, which I am, Kendrick did go on a tour in 2010 with Tech 9 called The Independent Grind before ever meeting Drake.
Okay.
The venues were definitely a lot smaller, and his name wasn't even featured on the flyers, but he did get some exposure from this tour. I'm sure those shows were instrumental in helping them with his stage performance and all kinds of shit, right? There's also the fact that even before the Buried Alive feature on Drake's album, Kendrick had already dropped Section 80, which gave him a lot of buzz in itself, and prompted West Coast legends to hand him the torch on stage. So this whole handing of the torch thing was in August of 2011. That's 3 months before the Buried Alive track came out. At the end of the day, yes, Drake gave Kendrick a
I mean, but I feel like he's trying to be fair here. I respect it, but like Drake threw Kendrick a bone. Like he definitely one of the biggest artists or rappers in the game at that time. It was a lot. Regardless of what anyone else did, that was probably bigger than all those other things combined, right? If we're being fair. But, well, not bigger than Section 80, because that took him up. But, yeah. Also, Section 80 album review. I will be posting it. First time reaction soon, guys. I have to edit the video out and cut out a bunch of parts to allow it to get edited without getting copyright blocked. But it will come out soon. Let me know if y'all want to hear that. And let me know if y'all like that one as well.
Massive boost, but to say that Drake made Kendrick who he is would be insane. Kendrick Lamar is who he is as an artist because he's Kendrick Lamar. Let's just make that clear. I believe Cream rises to the top, like even without TDE, even without Drake, whoever. I still think Kendrick would have found a way.
First time people lined up for your ass. Now you saying two pussy boys getting out of line.
See, I wish Drake wouldn't have
Kendrick's comments on
I wish Drake wouldn't have deleted this. Because I wanted to listen to it. And I didn't find out about this song until like way later.
You saying two pussy boys getting out of line.
Drake rebuttals Kendrick's comments on Euphoria about how J. Cole and Drake were giving each other props while on stage. So I feel Drake's pretty much saying, you know, me and Cole are giving each other props on stage, and that bothers you that much? Like, you got issues, bro. You're a hater. You're jealous. And when Drake states that this was the first time that anyone lined up for him,
how y'all doing?
He's alluding to just how small the venues were that Kendrick performed at, and the fact that his name was never on the flyer, and on Drake's tour, he actually was on the flyer.
Right.
No matter how you spin it, it was a whole different ball game when they went on tour with Drake. It was. Drake's cosign is a reminder to both ASAP and Kendrick that he really did help them. And while this is a fact, it's not really a hard-hitting angle, as this is already beyond public information. I'd still give Drake a couple points for this angle because it is true, but it's also
a valid angle.
Very predictable.
You been hating hard for a very long time. It feel like Twitter ghost writing your reply.
Really, Drake
brings up the fact that
like we not gonna act like Twitter wrote your whole The Heart Part 6.
Many of Kendrick's angles in Euphoria and 616 were already pre-existing narratives that were in circulation about Drake already.
But okay, but it coming from someone like Kendrick, someone putting in a song means more. Like, bro, first of all, I didn't even know about the underage girls angle. Did y'all know about that? I had no idea. I just learned about it this year. So, Drake, it's the fact that you already know people are online talking about you being with underage girls, and you just like, oh, but it was online. People said it before you, so it don't count. Haha. Like, what? Drake?
At the end of the day, Kendrick didn't reveal anything new about Drake on those tracks.
And Drake is the one, I think, after what happened with, what's his name, Pusha T, the standard for what's in a diss changed to like, oh, we need to hear gossip and tea like in a diss for it to be better. Like, no, it's never been about that.
Most of the narratives were already on.
Like, Nas and Ether literally roasted Jay-Z for being ugly. He said, what you think you getting girls now because of your looks? Is that any revealing information? Hell no. And he called him zesty. Those are things circulating. It's about your delivery. We're not gonna revise history.
Either the
We're not gonna revise history.
Or other
niggas is rarely exposing somebody in a diss track. It's just roast the person and make it sound good in bars. Like, that's always been the standard. But Pusha T is like, after that, everyone just expect a diss track to be like, oh, let's expose this person. Like, sure, if you got dirt on someone, that always helps. But like, the songs aren't like who can expose the other person the best. Like, it's just about who got the better diss.
There are people that dissed Drake in the past.
That's how you felt in 2011 while we wasting time. Dreams come true, Crody. This is where you die.
All right, so on Kendrick's original Buried Alive track, from Drake's perspective, he tells Kendrick to accept the fame and states that Kendrick should bury himself in money, power, pussy, and fame.
Oh, so be like
it's
you.
Here where Kendrick left fans wondering, would he fall victim to these temptations, or would he have the willpower to avoid it?
So dig a shovel
Oh, well, he definitely fell victim to the temptations.
full of money, full of power, full of pussy, full of fame, and bury yourself alive. Then I died.
So it's on Family Matters where Drake will craft a narrative that Kendrick was not only someone that clearly lost this fight, but as someone that secretly lived a life not all that different from Drake's.
Yeah, I said that. Yo, I literally said that as a Kendrick fan. And what's crazy, he's saying this, but in What's the Dirt 616 in LA breakdown, he brought up this song with Drake and Kendrick, where they were talking about fighting the temptations of the lifestyle, etc., the women, the drugs, the fame, getting engulfed in all that. And What's the Dirt made the argument that Kendrick avoided it or went a different path than Drake. And I said, if y'all go check my reaction to 616 LA, I said, ain't wrong. No, he didn't. Kendrick did not go a different path than Drake. He might not be doing the same exact type of things, but Kendrick, what did he say? The nookie, the power, the fame, money, all that, the drugs, whatever. He literally indulged in all of those. There's literally a song where Kendrick talks about using his fame for bad. Now, it's slipping my mind. I'm trying not to yap too much, but y'all know, Kendrick fans, y'all know, he literally had a song where he's talking about like abusing his fame and abusing his power, things like that. He's literally told us he struggled with infidelity, sex addiction, and like being faithful to his wife. He's literally told us he's been an alcoholic. You know what I'm saying? He literally told us that he's been indulged in the fame. So it's like literally every single thing that Drake has done, he went through the same exact thing. Like, Kendrick is not some like saint. Like, I literally saw a video where someone said Kendrick doesn't do drugs, and I'm like, dude, he's literally an alcoholic, or was. I don't know if he's sober, but like, bro's literally told us he's been an alcoholic.
As this is truly what he always wanted. With a history of infidelity, messing with groupies, and a self-proclaimed sex addiction, Kendrick did indeed get buried by the temptations of the industry, and it's here where
he
Drake
literally tells us this in his music. Like, that's why to me, What's the Dirt even said that Kendrick went a different path. I was like, bro, that's so inaccurate.
sets his funeral.
Dreams come true, Crody. This is where you die.
So this Buried Alive track got totally overlooked. I don't even think anyone covered it on YouTube or broke it down. But he is saying a lot here, and he does come with some pretty
Then why didn't he keep the song up? Can someone explain that?
good angles. So I felt like I had to cover it. And by the way, if you're
That's
wondering
good.
what I'm wearing, this is
W merch gang. W merch. I respect it. I respect it.
into our parts.
I respect that though. I respect that. I respect that. No cap. Get the bag. Get the bag. That's a cute shirt. Cute shirt. Cute shirt. All right, let's get back to the breakdown.
Big Fish family. I appreciate you guys more than you know. And
It's
now
cute.
we finally get into the Big Fish Family Matters. And when Drake finally dropped this
There we
record,
go.
he included the caption, "Stop trying to piece together what I know and go pick up the pieces of your."
When did he post this? Yo, how much stuff did Drake post to delete? I didn't see this.
broken home.
Dang.
We'll hear more about this later. Now, unlike what people believe, Kendrick is not the only artist that can get busy when it comes to numbers and dates. Drake did an insane move with how he rolled out the back-to-back track against Meek. That whole setup was absolutely wild. And he suddenly does this again as he released the record on May 3rd, which, as you'll see later in this
Okay.
track,
What's
is
up?
a significant date, as this was when Kendrick performed at the Hard Rock Cafe, and this is when he
Oh.
allegedly put hands on Whitney, which is a large part of a premise of a track called Family Matters. Speaking of the title, let's look at this next.
Now, okay, I know what he's talking about. I can't just let it go by. First of all, that article, it was refuted. Second of all, regardless if you want to believe it or not, no one ever said the name of we don't know who the woman was. It literally just said woman. It didn't say Whitney. It didn't say his wife. It literally was like a random woman that they were talking about. Now, who was that? I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know what happened with that whole shebang. I don't know what happened, but I do know what he's talking about. And I think that's the one where Kendrick went on the Breakfast Club to refute that, which I'm sure he'll put that in there.
Significant meaning and acts as Drake's
I don't know if he
main
did it, bro.
angle
I
as
don't
we
know.
move further into the track.
I feel like that's on Kendrick to answer to that. It's not on me as a fan with no information to answer for that. If he did it, it's on him to take accountability. You know, I can't tell y'all what did it happen. I could just go off of information we have on the internet, just like with Drake. I'm going off of the stuff that's publicly accessible. With what's publicly accessible, there's a lot of strange things that we can literally look up. With Kendrick, it's just like when you don't have any evidence to go off of, it's just hard to like have a conclusion on it.
We're going to get there. Now, at a surface level, the words family matters could be viewed as 1, family matters, meaning family is important, or 2, there's family issues at play, and in a legal sense, family matters usually pertains to proceedings for things like divorce, child custody, or domestic violence. And in this track, there's pretty much elements of all that. And of course, as you guys know, Kendrick often explores themes of family, loyalty, and social issues in his music, and this is an angle that Drake will later exploit. A large part of Drake's angle on this track is to paint Kendrick as a hypocrite. That is his goal. The title is also a reference to the popular 90s
very easy
sitcom
to
Family
do.
Matters, set in Chicago, where Kendrick's family's.
Bro, I feel like painting Kendrick as a hypocrite is like so easy to do. It's so many things you could pick at. But Drake is just like not smart enough to do it. Like there are so many angles you could have took to really break him down and dissect him. And it's like, I don't know, just Drake just doesn't have like the research ability. Maybe he didn't have the time. Maybe him like trying to put stuff together like in the moment where Kendrick probably already had this pre-recorded. Maybe that's why, you know, because if he would have actually did his research, there's plenty of things. How do you not bring up him having Kodak Black on his last album, who was literally convicted of what's the fruit that's on the little stems? A grape. Put two together. Let's you know, that's such an easy angle. I feel like him being a fake activist, you could really dig into that. Maybe his politics IRL not aligning with his standards, but like or like what his music says. I mean, I'm just taking myself out of it as a Kendrick fan, and I know what his vulnerabilities and weaknesses are. And it's like Drake really didn't hit any of them, and I'm just like kind of confused why there was so much he could have like used against him outside of like speculative claims that you really could have dissected him with, honestly.
He's from. His parents grew up on the south side of Chicago, with his father involved with the Gangster Disciples. They would later move to Compton, where Kendrick was born and raised, amid gang life. Now, while some of his uncles were gang members, Kendrick was only loosely affiliated, never fully involved. Drake uses the Family Matters reference to liken Kendrick to Steve Urkel, the nerdy neighbor who wasn't part of the family, but was always around. And this is a narrative we've heard from Drake throughout the whole beef, right? You're not that guy. You're not snatching any chains. You're a sweetheart. You're soft. Now, the artwork...
Okay, I don't think that means he's soft, though. He's definitely not soft. That's a reach. But I get what he's saying, but like, nah, that definitely does not mean that he's soft. No.
Essentially a carbon copy of the design for the Family Matters show, with the only difference being that the show had Chicago in the background and Drake used an LA skyline.
Okay.
I even found the original image that Drake used. Basically, it's just an Adobe stock image that he purchased for $105 Canadian. Not the most original cover, but the concept is there. Now that we looked at the title and the artwork, let's take a look at the beat selection. Structurally, this track is composed of 3 different beats, with 6 producers being credited, which is not a coincidence, as Drake is meeting Kendrick's demands from the Like That record. And that's exactly what Drake did. This track does have 3 beats, 3 switches. The first beat, I could say with 100% certainty, was produced by Tay Keith, Drama Kid, and Preem, as I found this info on Drama Kid's Instagram. I also confirmed that the second beat was produced by Kevin Mitchell.
Bro, do y'all remember what this song sound like? Is it just me? I have no idea what this sounds like. I can't remember.
As I sourced this info from his Twitter account. And quite a few of these producers aren't big names. Like, no one even mentioned these guys, even though they're a part of like this massive moment. So I left their socials in the description. Give them a follow. Now, from what I could tell, the only track that had samples was the third beat, which is a sample called Conclusions by...
I think I like the third beat on this the most.
The
second one was just trash. I just didn't like it. I remember it was like some drill type vibe. I just remember I hated that. That's the only one I can remember. First one, I can't remember what it sounded like. Oh yeah, I like this one.
Grodeck Whipper was a band out of the 70s with 2 main members being James Brown and Dave Matthews. I listened to a bunch of their stuff and it's all honestly phenomenal. I learned that David Matthews in particular has been sampled in hip-hop a bunch of times before. From what I could tell, Drake's beat selection doesn't really have any big hidden meanings or anything, not that I could find. So right off rip, Drake goes beyond just giving us the audio for this track as we get a full-on music video with it. Now, what you'll notice is the thumbnail on YouTube.
Bro, Drake really has so much planned out for this just for it to get crushed. Oh my god, I would be sick. How fast did Meet the Grims come out after this? I can't remember. Oh my god. I can't remember. If you watch my Meet the Grims reaction, I literally click record as soon as someone told me like that the song came out, and we had just reacted to Drake's. So like that was my live reaction of it, bro. I remember reacting to the Drake thing and people come in like, Kendrick dropped again. I was like, what? No way.
Different from the DSP.
I feel like it was like less than an hour, but I feel like it might have been like less than 30 minutes too.
Work as what we see is a 1996 Plymouth Voyager about to get crushed. And we will talk more about this van later in the video. To start off visually, Drake begins by spinning a G-Unit chain, really
he literally seems like a little kid, bro. Like,
supporting his claims from push-ups.
Come on. He's funny.
The G-Unit chain is definitely symbolic, as it more or less acted as the mascot for G-Unit, and 50 was known for beefing with multiple opponents, being extremely ruthless and petty. Now, many people assume that 50 gave this chain to Drake, but this is completely false, as Drake had this chain custom made by Johnny Dang.
You mentioned
wow.
my seed and I deal with his dad. I gotta go bad, I gotta go bad.
Which really tells me that Drake had all this set up and planned, likely even before the Push-Ups track dropped.
How did you come to that conclusion? Off of a G-Unit chain, respectfully, how did he come to that conclusion? Chat, I don't understand how he got that. Drake is literally just a fan. Like, he literally just gets hip-hop relics all the time. What does the G-Unit chain in particular have to do with him planning stuff out? Like, is it me, chat? Is it me? How would he? I don't know. Chat, I'm not getting that angle.
As you'll see him execute specific things in this video that didn't happen overnight. This took some time to put together. There's no doubt that a lot of...
Why is anything that he did not possible to do overnight? He didn't release this song a day after Kendrick's song. If I'm not mistaken, chat, there was multiple days between what Euphoria and Family Matters. He had plenty of time to crash a car and go to the New Ho King and all that. Like
of effort went into this.
Bro, like, he trying to convince us that Drake planned this out just as much as Kendrick. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Let that shit go. It wasn't that deep for Drake.
The chain, getting it
Come
made,
on, gang.
buying the van.
Bro, he probably already had the chain. He's a fan. Just like he already had the Tupac ring. He didn't buy Tupac ring for the beef. Like, he already had it. Like, or Pharrell chain. He didn't buy that for the beef. He already had it. So why is anything else any different?
All that stuff took time. Now, as far as Drake's
let it
relationship
go. He's not
with
that calculated,
50,
gang.
they both seem to have a mutual respect for one another, and they even took a bunch of photos together after the
They're
beef.
cool.
So even
50
though
was
Drake made the
supporting
chain
him.
himself, he more than likely had 50's blessing, right? He probably okayed it. And in the very first few seconds of the video, there's another layer of symbolism. If you look closely, Drake is wearing a FUBU shirt and flashes the middle finger, which is clearly a bold response to Kendrick's shots on Euphoria. And I was able to find the exact design that he was wearing, and it's like 90s vintage FUBU. So he's really saying fuck you.
He's just trolling.
FUBU never had been your collection.
And it's still not a lie. Kendrick was still telling the truth about it. Drake, I hope you know, like, just because you start trolling don't mean it takes away the original point. You don't understand the culture. You don't. You did not grow up with it. You were outside looking in. How we know you were outside looking in? Just look at the response to Kendrick's Control verse. Drake literally got on the radio crying in tears. Oh my God. Oh my God. He said such harsh words to me, even though every other rapper that he mentioned knew it was just friendly competition and respect, if anything. Like, bro, that alone tells me you didn't truly experience hip-hop culture, because you could get in a rap battle or a beats battle on the table in the lunchroom with one of your friends, and y'all could roast each other the whole time and you still know it's love. Rarely, if ever, is someone who's from that culture going to get mad at their friend roasting them, doing a roast battle or a rap battle, and they say something about them and they get mad. Like, bro, it ain't happen. It ain't happening, bro. At least, like, and if you did get upset in your feelings when it was clear, like, friendly competition, friendly fire, people would clown you for it, which is why Drake got clowned for responding the way he did.
Drake starts off the track with a direct rebuttal to Kendrick's claims on Euphoria when Kendrick clowned him for his use of the N-word.
We don't wanna hear you say nigga no more.
Okay, we get this part.
Brother to start off the track, requesting that Drake not use the word.
Maybe in this song, you shouldn't start by saying...
Wait, was that his mom?
Nigga, I said it, I know that you mad.
It's pretty clever because
He's
his
a
mother
troll.
probably doesn't approve of him using this word either. She probably asked him many times over the years not to use it, but she ultimately couldn't do anything about it because Drake is half black. The other side of his family uses it.
His creepy
so
dad.
she had really zero say in the matter. So he's pretty much saying, like, my own mom couldn't stop me. You're definitely not going to. And what's also really clever here is that Drake is 37 years old, and he says the N-word 37 times on this track, and I believe his reasons for doing this is he's basically saying the word for every year that he's been alive to symbolize that he was indeed born black. And look, I know this is all about culture and not really about race, But no matter how you spin it, a lot of the themes that Kendrick uses in his own music,
Don't say it.
Drake's
Don't
family
say it.
also went through, and that is his heritage.
Oh my God, please, please don't do this. What's the dirt? Please. Don't do what I think you're about to do right now. Please, what's the dirt? Don't do what I think you're about to do. Don't bring up the JEWISH side of this and try to compare. Please don't do that. Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't bring up the R word either. Racismo. Don't bring that one up either, gang. This, like, certain things, I feel like as an outsider and as a white man, you should just like stay away from both of those communities and saying anything about it. That's just me trying to help you out, gang. Don't do it.
Went through his Drake's family also went through, and that is his heritage. I went through his dad's entire genealogy.
Okay.
His family's from the deep south, right?
Okay.
They were indeed enslaved. They really had it bad.
Okay.
And you can't remove that blood from Drake. So a lot of the things.
Okay. But like, Drake, there's literally article, and if I can find the article for y'all, I will. Drake literally is the same man that said the first time he's ever experienced racism, guess what, y'all? Just guess. The first time he experienced racism was with Black people in the United States not accepting him as a part of the culture. So you tell me if he can relate to the struggle or not. His version of racism was Black people, Black Americans, not, or feeling like he doesn't relate to the Black culture. In his mind, that's racism. You're gonna tell me that just because he has Black blood in his veins that he understands the experience of an African American? Absolutely not. If your greatest experience of racism, in your own words, is that, I'ma just leave it there. I'm gonna see if I can find the article for y'all though. It was an interview.
Kendrick talks about is also Drake's heritage, and you can't.
Bro,
take
you
that
can't. Heritage versus experience, two different things. Just because you have Black blood running through your veins does not mean that you understand or can empathize with the experience. We're talking about the same man that trivializes slavery in his songs. Literally. Kendrick always rapping like he trying to get the slaves freed. As if getting the slaves freed is a bad thing. As if one could hypothetically rap and it free the slaves, as if that would be a bad thing. Like, if it was possible, wouldn't someone rapping to free the slaves be good? Okay, just going with his logic. And then that's not even to mention the line he had in that song with SZA off his last album where he said, "Whipped and I'm chained like American slaves." He really said that. The only time the man has brought up Black people and Black experience has been lines about slavery and trivializing it in his songs. Now, I'm not gonna say no rappers ever had bars about slavery, but it's like when you start to add up things, right? You add up that he had privilege. You add that video in there where he was sitting at the table with white people talking down on the Black immigrants, right? And African descendants of slavery in Toronto for speaking slang and saying that it was ignorant. So he was speaking negatively even about the Black people that he grew up around or in the same area. He was talking down on it. The white girl's like, "Oh, I actually think that type of slang is cool." He said, no, it's not. So you add up all these things, it does tell you something about the character. I don't care what you say. Just because you got Black mixed in you don't mean you understand. Drake and J. Cole are both biracial, but they have two completely different experiences of Blackness, right? Like, come on, bro. Like, Drake has more of an experience with his Jewish side in terms of like lived experience, having a bar mitzvah, having a Jewish mom, you know, than understanding his Black side. His Black side is something that he's had to study, which is why he's never fit in. I'm not saying you have to be a thug, be from the streets to be Black. Obviously not. There's a plethora of Black experiences. He just don't relate to none of them. He can't even relate to the experience of the Black immigrants in Toronto, let alone Black Americans. The dude thinks slavery's a joke. Like, come on, bro. You got to keep it a buck. This is why people like yourself, what's the dirt, should just stay away from these conversations because you don't know what you're talking about. You don't. You just don't, bro.
Away. Now let's finally
Let
get
it go.
into the bars, and what you'll notice here is
let's
that
move
Drake
on.
includes the lyrics for
Let's
the
move on.
entire song with the video. So he doesn't want to get anything misconstrued. Like,
Right,
here's
right.
the lyrics, here's what I mean. It's all right there for you guys.
I've emptied the clip over friendlier jabs. You mentioned my seed and I deal with his dad. I gotta go bad, I gotta go bad.
In the first
Okay.
line, Drake claims that he's emptied the clip over friendlier jabs, which to me could only be one beef, and that was his
Wait,
back and forth
Meek-
with Meek Mill. Now, I don't feel like Meek going online
wasn't a
and
friendly
putting
jab.
Drake on blast for having ghostwriters was really a friendly
But
jab.
I get what he's saying.
In the second line, Drake directly responds to Kendrick's lines on Euphoria about his son Adonis, where Kendrick accused him of not instilling the same family values and more or less painted Drake as a deadbeat dad.
That's whole shit. I got a son to raise, but I can see you don't know nothing about that.
So in the last line, Drake says, I gotta go bad, which could be in reference to two things. First, and the most obvious, Drake's about to snap, he's about to black out and take things to a whole other level. Secondly, due to the Drake and Michael Jackson comparisons, Drake could be making a reference to MJ's 1987 hit Bad, where the theme of the record is essentially how Mike is a good guy, but he's now turning bad to
love that
fight
song.
against people that belittled and disrespected him. And it kind of reminded me of the feature that he did with Meek, that going bad feature.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
On you anyway.
Drake
I was
then
thinking about
picks
that
right
song.
back up from where he left off with push-ups.
Yeah,
Now, the moment he breaks into this melody, a shot is shown of a van resembling Kendrick's childhood van, famously covered on Good Kid, Mad City, being towed in Toronto with a clear image of the CN Tower in frame. Now, many people seem to believe that Drake physically somehow purchased Kendrick's family van, but this is simply not the
It's
case.
a replica.
As you can see, these vans are similar, but Kendrick's family van is a 96 Dodge Caravan, whereas the van in the video is a 96 Plymouth Voyager. You could see the trim's different, the rims are different. It's just not the same van. And in the beginning, I was really
got as close
surprised
as he
with
could.
Drake's lack of detail because finding the exact same model would have been a way better flex, but I literally scoured the internet myself to try to find the same van to purchase, and it was pretty much impossible. I think Drake just found the closest thing that he could, which was the Voyager, and it served its purpose for the video. Drake contracted a company by the name of Charisma Auto to transport this van, and I even dug up this company's TikTok account where they proudly announced their involvement.
Damn, y'all did that for clout and got no views. That's crazy.
And as you
I
can
respect
see,
the tip,
even the
though.
transport company itself clearly labels this van as a Voyager and not a Caravan. That is straight from the transport company, and they got to document the make and the model and all that shit. What's interesting about Charisma Auto is they only transport
these are
very
supercars.
high-end luxury exotic vehicles.
Okay.
And as you can see, Drake
probably have
definitely has
his.
a rapport with this
Yeah.
company, as they delivered at least 4 vehicles that I could find to him in the past. It's funny that Drake used this very high-end transport company. Like, I guarantee that van was like the shittiest thing that's ever been on that flatbed. So I actually did not cover these lyrics.
That's the
in
catchiest
my
thing Drake
push-ups
put this whole
breakdown
video,
because I had
or
a
this
really
whole
good
beef with
feeling
Kendrick.
that this would resurface in an upcoming track. And because I didn't cover it there, let's cover it now. Drake starts off begging Kendrick to drop, and you gotta keep in mind this was recorded before we heard Euphoria or 616. It was at this point where Drake showed a lot of confidence in the information that he had, and he seemed to think
It's so funny. Like, remember the confidence he had when push-ups drop? Like, he's begging Kendrick to drop. Oh, they don't got nothing to drop. Use me as a they have nothing to drop button. To the Heart Part 6, where he's like, this was some good exercise. Some good exercise. You know, I nice to get the pen and working out and shit. Like, he's sniffling and crying and shit into the mic. That shit was funny as hell.
that Kendrick wouldn't have much to say. He's pretty much saying, drop. I dare you to fucking drop. Do it.
Drop a 50 bag for the mob in a spot. Drop a 50 bag, 29 for the thought.
Drake takes it all the way to Houston, which is where his mob ties with the Prince family resides. He makes a reference to a Houston strip club called Area 29, which is not only a place that he frequents, but an establishment that he seemingly blesses with hundreds of thousands of dollars every time he's there.
So like that's crazy how like dudes flex like throwing money in a strip club. You'll never flex putting money into the community or like, you know, and look, if you from Houston and Drake does like community work and invest into like the community of Houston, let me know. Cause to me, I don't know about y'all, but niggas like throwing money to strippers is not supporting the community. Like what? Does Drake even support Houston artists? I think Sauce Walker said something about that. But it's like for you to like leech off of a city and like use that city to try to give you credibility, it's kind of wild that the most you do is like throw their strippers money. He's a degenerate.
Push-Ups track dropped.
That goes for all the rappers
too.
too.
Area 29's Instagram account posted this video with the caption Push-Ups. They were probably really hyped to get mentioned in that record, and Drake's mentioned these guys before.
I was really trying to keep it PG.
Drake claims that he was really trying to keep things PG, which is obviously an acronym for parental guidance in film, but it also acts as a double entendre.
Yeah, like the girls around you need parental guidance when you're around. Like, you know, when you had Millie Bobby Brown, who was 14-year-old, on your yacht without parental guidance, or like all them other 16-year-old and 15-year-old girls you had at your party. Like, I don't know, like parental guidance does need to be a thing. Like, you probably should keep it PG, and maybe you wouldn't have so many like accusations of, you know, being weird and predatory to underage girls. I don't know, just an idea. Crazy radical take.
Tundra, as he's making a reference to Kendrick's record label PG Lang. Basically, Drake is saying that he really wanted to keep this record aimed at Kendrick only.
No, you didn't. No, and that was so capped too, because you literally brought up his girlfriend. He has a habit of bringing up dudes' girls in songs. Like, there's no way you wanted to keep it PG. You wanted to be dirty. You wanted to try this man in front of the whole world, just like you did Pusha T. And I don't know why you keep doing that, especially after how it ended last time. He must have really thought he was invincible or something.
But because all these artists dogpiled on top of him, he's forced now to deal with them too. He's saying he wanted to keep this PG, right? He wanted to keep this to just Kendrick, but now he's firing on everyone.
If you had a set, they give your ass a DP. To civilian gang in real life, you PC.
It's so crazy, the most civilian dude ever telling someone that they're civilian. Like, that is just wild to me that he even says half of this.
Now, the first thing I notice here is that for all the effort that went into making this video, Drake has the wrong lyrics on the screen. On the video, it's clearly written as "to civilian getting real like you PC."
Civilian gang in real life, you PC.
Bro, did he have AI writing his captions? Ain't no way they got that wrong.
But hey, I'm probably the last person to cast judgment because you guys tell me in the comments every video of the spelling errors that I make. Now, some people seem to think that these lines were directed at Rick Ross, but this is 100% a shot at Kendrick. Drake.
But when has Kendrick ever claimed to be a gang member? Is it just me, or hasn't Kendrick always said that he's just affiliated with gangs and not from them?
Claims that if Kendrick really had a set, meaning if he was really a gang member, they would give him a DP to knock his ass back in line. Now, a DP is synonymous in gang culture, and it's basically a form of disciplinary action. If a member gets out of line, misrepresents the gang, or puts the gang in harm's way, they're going to get the beats.
And that's ironic considering that he started to name drop alleged gang members. Like, do y'all remember that? You know who really being a set? Blank, blank, blank. Would that not be something to get a DP over if Drake is allegedly this war general and from the streets and connected? Would that not be something that would be putting the gang in harm's way, or is it just me? Like, I'm just going off of his logic. Like, you literally are being federal by mentioning people that you're saying are actively in a gang. Like, hello?
And if you don't think Kendrick was acting a little bit hard or flexing some gang shit in his beef, just look at what he was saying.
If he walk around with that stick, it ain't Andre 3K. Think I won't drop the location.
He's talking about the strap.
That's a K with all these nines. He gon' see Pet Cemetery.
More gun talk.
How does that make you a part of a gang? This is, this is why when certain people start talking on the culture, it start getting a little iffy. Why are we automatically associating him talking about guns and being confident and willing to protect himself? Why are we getting that intertwined with being in a gang? He's never said he was in a gang. Kendrick has never said he's been in a gang.
Extortion my middle name as soon as you jump off of that plane, bitch.
And you realize you don't have to be in a gang to extort someone. Like,
I mean, he's pretty much claiming that when Drake touches down, he's got to check in.
He literally is connected to gang people. You don't have to be in a gang to have connections with a gang and influence with them. Like, hello? See, I feel like you make these type of videos and you're not from that type of culture, you need to have like a cultural consultant to check in with, like, when you comment on certain stuff so they can prevent you from sounding crazy.
Again with the blicky.
Why is he associating a person with a gun automatically being in a gang?
Someone is going to bleed in your family.
Okay.
Now he's talking about the blammy. And although Kendrick claims to be a civilian himself...
Exactly. Thank you. That's all you need to say. That's all. Kendrick claims to be a civilian. What more could you say? He really dragged it.
He doesn't play his hand as a civilian on these tracks.
How?
And Drake is...
A civilian can have a gun. What do you mean?
Pointing out that Kendrick is really a sweetheart and all this tough talk is an act. He refers to Kendrick as being a PC, which in prison stands for protective custody. This is where the most vulnerable inmates go, which often includes non-gang members to help protect them. Drake is basically saying that Kendrick isn't that guy, he never was that guy, and he's very
Did Kendrick ever say he was that guy? I'm just trying to understand if this man himself just said, Kendrick has always stated that he's a civilian. Why are we still going with this angle? Let it go.
Move from anything remotely close to gang life. Which is really a fact. I mean, Kendrick is not out here in the trenches. Let's just be real.
You know who really bang except my nigga YG.
So Drake makes a critical...
You see black men with gun and you automatically think gang. Maybe that's more of a you problem than anyone else. Like, what?
Mistake here. He references YG as being a friend of his who is a full-on blood. I guess Drake really put a lot of stock into what he thought could have been their friendship, but YG is from the West Coast, a place that Drake mocked on Taylor Made. And it was only 20 days later where YG dropped the track that to me is a very obvious diss to Drake.
Weird ass nigga in your feelings about these bitches. Weird ass niggas off that perk you be tripping.
So right off rip, you'll notice that YG also uses lyrics on the screen, which is unusual, as he's clearly mocking Drake's Family Matters video. Furthermore, he uses words like "in your feelings," which is a reference to Drake's big hit.
Okay.
When the smoke, don't ever mention my name. You gon' have me jeopardizing my fame, jeopardizing the game, jeopardizing when you hate, nigga.
And as you could see here, he's clearly not happy about Drake mentioning his name in Family Matters. And even if they are friends, which it looks like they aren't, roping YG into this thing was very miscalculated.
And also saying that he's in a gang. This is why it's like, bro, you can't be like trying to check someone else's street credibility while you proceed to be federal as hell and mention multiple people and call them active gang members. Like, hello?
And YG claimed this wasn't about Drake. That is a lie. This is clearly about Drake. The whole record has shots. It's about Drake. In a war like this, you can't set yourself up for things to backfire on you like this. The optics did not look good at all when we saw YG was front and center at Kendrick's pop-out show. Now, I highly doubt YG will ever get any more features from Drake.
You don't want them.
Hopefully that was worth it for him. We'll see in time.
You know who really bang except my nigga Chuck T.
Next, Drake makes reference to the game who actually has a relationship with both of these guys. Now,
He's weird too. The game, you're weird too.
Gotta be honest, a lot of people gave the game flack for not showing up at the pop-out show.
No, he wasn't invited.
I personally
what didn't it say?
Respect what the game did here. Much like many artists, Drake.
Bro, if you wasn't invited, don't ask to go. If you wasn't invited, don't ask to go. And don't accept, don't accept invites that's in the air. You know what I'm saying? Hey, this for y'all too. Don't accept invites that's in the air. So like, for example, let's say 3 people over here talking. Let's say 3 people over here talking. And you
I'm just saying, it's like, bro, he was not getting the invite because he likes to play both sides, and he's fake, and he's also in the same category with Drake.
Drake has done a lot for the game, and he's one of very few that really showed some loyalty here. I don't think it was necessary for him to turn on Drake. He stayed neutral throughout the entire beef, and
neutral is picking a side.
Hopefully Kendrick also understood.
No.
You siding with this nigga and that nigga. When the fuck y'all heard me say a motherfucking thing about who I'm siding with or this and that, nigga? I'll be in my own lane chilling, nigga. Taking care of my kids out the fucking way, nigga. That's how I made it this far in this fucking game.
You know who even bang a set out there? CB.
So basically, you don't have a background.
Drake,
you don't have a backbone. Basically,
makes a reference to Chris Brown and
bro, and like, come on, the least credible gang member that you listed. You're listening to Chris Brown, who probably pays for protection and affiliation with the Bloods. Really, that's your big win. That's your big, like, come on, gang. That's
many
crazy.
might think this is a gimmick, but Chris really is a full-on Fruit Town Pyru. And this is a really great little dig because Chris Brown is an R&B singer from Virginia, but unlike Kendrick, a Compton native.
Please, I know this is what's the dirt. See, this is where we part ways. I know you're not about to try to make the argument that Chris Brown has more street credit because he paid his way into a gang after he was already famous when he's literally from Virginia. You're really not about to make the argument that he's more of a gang affiliate than Kendrick that literally grew up around Bloods and Crips. Please tell me that's not where you're going, gang.
An affiliate.
Really?
Chris is a full-on gang member. Drake is saying, like,
he paid
you're
to be in the
so
gang.
soft
Like,
that
what?
even this R&B guy.
What has Chris Brown done to prove his street credibility? Like, y'all realize multiple rappers like pay and give money to gangs, like, to be affiliated with them and for protection, right? Maybe he doesn't know that because he's not culturally aware. That's always the give and take with people like this making videos.
Is harder than you. He's an actual
Chris Brown's
gang
harder than, okay. Chris Brown, who grew up in Virginia, is harder than Kendrick Lamar that grew up in Compton with Bloods and Crips. Okay.
And when it comes to Chris Brown, although he did have a heated beef with Drake that eventually got squashed, I believe he's also a neutral party in this beef. We got a video of Chris Brown bopping around in the club to Not Like Us. But let's be real, like, Not Like Us is a banger. Like, it's hard not to bop your head to it. It's pretty much impossible. And then it was just days later he was singing Drake on stage. And a lot of people seem to forget this, but Chris Brown did sort of pay homage to Drake on his diss to Quavo.
Oh, he did?
So by Drake...
Was that paying homage? That's a stretch.
Drake mentioning...
That, honestly, the diss Chris Brown had to Quavo was a harder diss from a singing nigga than Drake's diss to Meek Mill, honestly. He cooked Quavo. It was bad.
All 3 of these guys, he clearly thought that this was something he could lean on. He definitely felt like they were in his corner.
Nigga Cole losing sleep on this, it ain't me.
Unlike J. Cole, who apologized for his diss and said
that
he
was a
losing
crazy stray.
sleep over it, Drake does not have this issue. And no matter how you want to slice this, Drake is indeed slighting J. Cole with this line.
Oh, yeah, he definitely is.
Cole losing sleep on this, it ain't me. I do like that line. Now, as far as the visuals go for the video, we finally get to see the van being delivered to a crusher, and we could see a loader in the distance making its way through the scrapyard with the van.
You better have some paperwork or that shit fake tea. Can't be rapping about no ratting that we can't read.
So this is a very surface level response to Kendrick's claims on Euphoria, where he compared Drake to Gunna for being a rat.
I know some shit about niggas that make Gunna wanna look like a saint.
I don't, you know what's interesting? I never thought this line was about Drake snitching. I mean, maybe, but like, I know some people running with that, but I always thought about like what he had to expose about Drake was worse than people saying Gunna's a snitch. That's what I always equated to.
However, in hindsight, you'll notice later in this track that Drake accuses Kendrick of certain actions that would also require documentation to really substantiate. Now,
True.
these guys are both guilty.
He did say,
of this.
or
They're
fake
both
tea.
throwing accusations, allegations, whatever you want to call it, at each other.
No true solid proof. That's what he added. Brother, the claims that Kendrick made, the only one that we have nothing to substantiate it with is the daughter thing. And I don't know if he has a daughter. I don't know if that was like metaphorical. I don't know. For all I know, he could have been talking about Drake having multiple mystery kids and the daughter was symbolic or something, you know. That's the one thing that he said that we have nothing to go off of. Let's scrap that. That wasn't the main idea. You know, that's why it's crazy to me. People are getting hung up on the whole, oh, Drake doesn't have a fake daughter. I don't know if he does or doesn't. I think the amount of women that he sleeps with and the fact that he got a porn star pregnant, definitely, if we're playing probability, it could increase the odds that, and the fact that the men, remember when Drake came out saying that he put hot sauce in his condoms to like prevent women from like trying to impregnate themselves when he, you know, engages in activity with them? What does that mean? Let's reverse engineer that. So if he does that, that means there is clearly something in the past where a woman got pregnant or tried to get pregnant that way to where he started doing that as a preventative measure. So that means that logically speaking, there is a high probability that there could have been a woman at some point that was pregnant by him or tried to get pregnant by him, right? And wouldn't that mean that there's a possibility that there is a kid out here that Drake has that we don't know about? I just don't understand why, if you see a man that's very active and gets with a lot of women, why you think, oh, just because it's Drake, he doesn't have a kid. Usually when we see that happen, it is end up being some mystery kids. Dude, there's people in our day-to-day life. Those of us like regular people have uncles and dads and grandpas that end up having secret families that people don't end up knowing about till years later. Why do people think just because it's Drake, it's not possible? Like, I wouldn't rule him out for that, just like I wouldn't rule Kendrick out from being possibly physically abusive, because I mean, a man that grew up in a traumatic environment where there could have possibly been abuse, to me, it's not like, I just don't have no evidence that he did do it. But it's not like, oh my God, it's impossible that Kendrick could have possibly did that. No, in fact, there's some factors that if you look at them, it makes it even more possible that it could have happened, just like Drake. So I don't get the whole, oh, there's no way thing, like on either side. These are humans at the end of the day. Anything's possible.
With zero proof, zero paperwork, nothing.
I mean, it's true, a nigga.
But like I said, if we're talking about what we have no evidence and no substantial information to go off of based on claims, we literally have the most information about the claims made against Drake. Do we need to go down the line? Do we need to list it all, like, truly?
For my AP.
So let's finally put this thing to rest. Drake was robbed at gunpoint back in 2010 after leaving a restaurant with a woman by the name of Chantel Brown. They stole a chain which was gifted from Wayne, an AP watch, and $2,000. The thieves quickly got caught by police because they were going down the wrong way of a one-way street. How the police got the information to identify these men is unclear, but the two suspects were identified as Socrates Carell and Paul Latu.
Socrates, wow, that is a crazy name.
The charges were later dropped, and the two men pleaded guilty to a lesser charge. Now, shortly after these charges were laid, some paperwork did leak, And I'm not 1090
Is this
Jake,
real?
but as it's written here, there's nothing indicating that Drake spoke to authorities.
Yeah,
And
I
just
don't know
so you
what that
know, in
says.
Canada, I don't know what it's like anywhere else, but you don't have a choice. Like the cops, police, they lay the charge. You can
Yeah.
even tell them, no, I don't want to cooperate. I don't want to press charges. I don't want to, don't matter. The police are the ones who make the call. So in my very honest opinion, it's highly likely that Drake refused to cooperate, which caused the prosecution's case to be very weak. It's for this reason that the Crown was forced to accept the plea deal where the suspects pleaded to a lesser charge. I'm going to say there's a 9.
But here's the thing though, like I said, y'all, I don't think that line that Kendrick said had literally anything to do with like Drake snitching. That's just the way I'm seeing it. I don't think it has anything to do with him snitching. So this is a moot point to me.
That is what happened.
And I made the decision to not put those guys away, to not go to trial, you know, despite whatever. And I don't know what anybody else is talking about, but it's public record in Canada. You can see I wasn't there. I was in Miami. I wasn't at the trial.
So it seems like Drake even tried to be out of the country.
You know what trial Drake should have went to? That XXX Tentacion trial. I remember reading that article or that little news story where they said the prosecution tried to call Drake to the stand because of let's just say some interesting things where, I don't know, XXX mentioned Drake. If anything happens to me, it was at Champagne Poppy that he literally put in this thing. You know, some of the lines in Drake's songs that seems like it could have been implying, you know, shot him in daylight, you know, Triple X, only time I shoot below the net. You know, it's a lot of lines and a lot of things, you know, the beef that they had. Ex-lawyers tried to get Drake called to the stand, but Drake's lawyers got him out of having to get, you know, called there and testify. So, yeah.
Just so he didn't have to deal with this. And I know people were saying that Drake was corny for taking lyrics from Kendrick's Mr. Morale and using it against him, but Kendrick is essentially doing the same with this very public info, as Drake has mentioned this robbery on several tracks himself.
Maybe it was the fast-paced switch up, but
y'all want to see? I got the evidence for y'all. Drake is fighting in order to appear for a deposition tied to XXX. So y'all can see I'm not just like making this up. But his lawyers got him out of having to appear for that though.
2 guns in my face during the stick up.
And Drake makes it clear that the girl that he was with set him up.
Maybe because a girl I thought I trusted was who set the whole shit up. But
and he mentioned it again on From Florida with Love.
Easy play that shit for me and Kobe on the bus. When it got a chain for me, I had to give it up.
So he's talked about losing the chain from Wayne.
Niggas had they pistols loaded, pointed in my truck.
He then goes on to say that he's learned from this and that it hasn't happened since.
On that day, I never touched a road without a plug. Hasn't happened since, I guess you niggas know what's up.
As far as Chantel, Socrates, and Paul, I can't find any information about these suspects. I don't know if they're dead. I don't know if they changed their names. There is nothing on these people.
Just like how Metro niggas slime for his main squeeze.
Drake gets really petty here, making the claim that Metro Boomin's girlfriend, who goes by the name of Chelsea Cotton, slept with one of his close friends. Now, Metro was quick to take to Instagram in an attempt to debunk these claims, saying, "Nobody ever hit my girl. We grew up together. She's a real woman, and she's not even in the industry." Now, the friend that I think he could be talking about that slept with her is Future. In the line, Drake is really messing with Metro's head as he ensures to make use of the word slime, and it was just 2 months prior that Metro and Future released a song called Slimed In. Now, this of course could really be a reach, but it is possible that Drake is making a reference to Future sleeping with Metro's girl. And it could be directed at anyone close to Metro, but
that's a reach. That's a crazy accusation to make with no information. I think it's better to just leave this one alone. I'm not gonna lie. To try to say that Future smashed Metro's girl, that's not even an industry girl, like, for all we know, it could be like a girl that Metro Boomin was with once upon a time ago. Like, it could have been someone else he was with, for all we know. Like, Nah, this is just too speculative for me. I don't like that one. That's a crazy accusation to try to make about somebody.
I felt like the Future thing is the only compelling thing that I could find. As far as the visuals go, it's at this point where the loader heads towards the van and positions the forks to begin the lift.
Out here begging for attention, nigga, say please.
It's with this
Let's see
line
talk
where
about
Drake
Kendrick.
circles back to exactly what he's been saying for a very long time. After the Control verse, Drake claimed multiple times that Kendrick was doing these kinds of things to get attention.
Like being the talk of Twitter for like 5 days, you know, over
But you
like,
seem
Drake is pretty much saying, okay, little bro, I know you don't got no motion right now. I know you're cold as ice. Your last album didn't do well. You're looking for some attention. If you say please, maybe I'll give it to you. And again, J. Cole said the exact same thing.
If he wasn't dissing, then we wouldn't be discussing her.
They're basically saying it's only you that does these little stunts for attention, and they don't respect it.
Always rapping like you about to get the slaves free.
Oh, God.
You just acting like an activist is make believe.
Oh, God.
Drake claims that Kendrick's whole
What's the dirt? Please be careful with this part of the song, please. Don't say nothing crazy, bro.
entire persona is one massive grift, and he's had similar subliminal shots towards Kendrick that I showed you guys in a video 8 months ago.
Fake woke niggas, fake deep. You ain't no favor for me. Gave your ass a little sneak peek, yeah.
Now, the first line did
Those are
not
good
sit
bars.
well with a lot of people, and coming off Kendrick's claims on Euphoria about how Drake is disconnected from the culture, this line seemingly supported Kendrick's narrative. However, I don't feel like Drake is saying anything disrespectful about the conscious hip-hop that Kendrick does. What he's really doing here is saying that Kendrick is fake. When you look at these two...
I don't know how you're... Look, this is where the glazing comes in. And I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish he would have just skipped over this whole section. Because it's like, bro, how can you make this reach and say, oh, no, even though Drake is literally making fun of him for rapping like he's trying to get the slaves feet. That's not what he meant, though. That's not what he meant. Even though it obviously and blatantly looks bad. Trust me, dude, trust me. He's not saying that, like, you know, he rapping like he's trying to get the slaves free. What he really saying is, like, he's fake about caring about being free from slavery. Like, bro, let it go, gang. Let it go. Let it die out. Because how are you going to say, mind you, do you think Drake truly cares about and values, like, Kendrick Lamar's conscious music? This is the same man, Drake, that said he could have all of Kendrick's fans if he actually tried to make some conscious music. His words, not mine. Does that sound like someone that actually cares about conscious music? No, it's just like a gimmick to him. It's just a means of getting new fans, even in the line where he said it. So, like, I don't think there's enough in the line for you to try to make this reach that, like, oh, Drake's not saying what he's saying on the surface level. This is not very deep. He's making fun of him for rapping about things that are pro-black or progressive and things like that. It's very simple.
What he's really doing here is saying that Kendrick is fake.
How is he saying he's fake? Where does it... He's already said he's fake. He literally says he's fake in the second line. You can't attribute the first line to the second line.
When you look at these...
He already said it. You can't say, oh, well, in both lines he's saying it's fake when he's literally calling him fake in the second line. That would be, like, very redundant. I don't... Let it go, bro. Let it go. I know he's trying to cover for his guy, Drake, but it's like, gang, there's no way you could twist this that doesn't make him look bad for the first line.
Lines in conjunction, I honestly don't think Drake is downplaying slavery here at all.
How? The nigga said, whipped and I'm chained like American slaves. Downplay number one. Like, dude, he's never said anything remotely pro-black or empathetic towards slavery or anything. Anytime Drake has mentioned slavery, it's been to trivialize it. So it's clearly a pattern that he has, right? That lets you know the way he thinks in his character, assuming he wrote this.
At all. What Drake really means by this is that the subject matter of Kendrick's music is all for show and that he's a grifter. And look, it's not my place to tell anyone how they should feel about this line.
Oh, thank you. even though you just told us how to feel about it. It's crazy how people will literally say, oh, it's not my place to have an opinion about this, but let me give you my opinion about it. Let it go. Just don't say nothing. You could, hey, I could see why this would bother people. It does sound crazy. He's making fun of people doing pro-black and progressive music, and he's trivializing slavery. That's a bad look. That's all you have to leave it at. But here you go. You trying to justify it. You try to, oh, well, I mean, he said it, but like, he didn't mean it like that. It's like, bro, that's what he said. He said what he said.
But I just feel Drake isn't downplaying the message.
Hold on, let's hear what he said again. Let's hear that phrase.
All for show, and that he's a grifter.
That's how you phrase that.
And look, it's not my place to tell anyone how they should feel about this line,
right.
But I just feel Drake.
Right. It's not your place, but you feel like, okay, and you're platforming how you feel over actual people from the community. Like, this is why certain stuff I think you should just like, you should defer. It's okay. You know what I've seen people do when they're not of the culture? They go get someone that is from the culture, or they go get multiple people to speak on something. Like, that's always an option game. You can always go get other people to speak on it so that you're not speaking out of term. I feel like if you are going to do it, that's probably the best way to like get around like overstepping and like low-key, like, what's the word? Dismissing people's valid claims and feelings about what he's saying. Because at the end of the day, we have to question, why does Drake distance himself from black topics while profiting off of black culture and being a caricature of what people think black people are, right? Because that's essentially what he's doing. And then why is every time he brings up black issues or slavery, the few times he does is to trivialize it or make a joke out of it? You really have to wonder.
Isn't downplaying the message, he's downplaying the messenger. And when those two lines are together, that's his goal, to paint Kendrick as being fake. And J. Cole again shared the exact same sentiments as what Drake had.
Niggas fake, progressive, and woke. I started saying less.
How do you know he's talking about Kendrick? Bro. He reaching, bro. He reaching. It's kind of blowing me right now. Yes, there are people that... Kendrick has also had lines about people being fake, progressive, and woke. If I'm not mistaken, he literally said that in 95. What's your point?
I had to stop it, peeped how they profit off of racial stress.
And who... Bro, how are you gonna... Bro, this man is literally taking a J. Cole line out of context. When he says, peeped how they profit off of racial stress, he's not talking about Kendrick Lamar being a grifter, bro. He's talking about the powers that be profit when there's racial tension, not just in the black community, but all of us. When there's racial stress, it's dividing all of us and keeping us away from being together. It allows the system to continue how it already is. That doesn't mean that he's calling Kendrick Lamar a grifter, bro. Come on, gang.
I started saying less. I had to stop it. Peeped how they profit off of racial stress.
That's a whole different situation, bro.
Said and align it with what Cole
my God, bro. Don't put this side by side like they're talking about the same thing, bro. One is clearly talking about Kendrick, and J. Cole's talking about in general. Please don't do this, bro.
Saying these lines are pretty much identical.
No, it's not. How is it identical? One said someone's rapping like they about to get the slaves free, and the other one's talking about in general how racial stress causes division and allows people at the top to continue to profit as they continue with this exploitative system that impacts all of us regardless of our race. How is that saying the same thing? That's way more complex than what Drake is saying. Like, bro.
Both refer to Kendrick as someone that...
Bro, how are you saying that he's talking? How are you taking what J. Cole said and saying, oh, he's talking about Kendrick? How? How? There is no indication in J. Cole's line that he was talking about Kendrick. He's talking in general like he does most of the time.
Profits off of racial tension.
Really? Y'all trying to... Okay, now you're trying to... See, this is where you start reaching, and then it causes you to reach more, and then that reach causes you to reach even more. Because how are you coming to this conclusion, gang? How are you coming to the conclusion that J. Cole is saying Kendrick Lamar is profiting off of racial stress? This is where, like, niggas being white just, like, bothers me when they start talking about this shit. Because, number one, you don't understand the culture. Number two, you're trying to act like Kendrick Lamar is speaking on his own black experience. is profiting off of racial stress, really? You as a white man that's a guest in the culture is trying to say a black man from Compton, California is profiting off of racial stress by giving his experience in a song? Like, some of y'all should really just say less. Some of y'all should really just not say anything at all. Because y'all be making yourself look crazy, bro.
But Cole really drives this home even further in the next two lines.
Some activists got so rich they probably wish we stay oppressed.
Oh my God. You're still going with this point, gang? Kendrick Lamar is not an activist. And he's probably talking about, I don't know, the leader of Black Lives Matter, the biggest pro-black corporation in the country, who literally got caught buying houses with the money people were donating. Like, what? Now you're trying to say Kendrick Lamar wishes people stayed oppressed because he makes music about his experience as a black man in America? Like, I'm disgusted, bro. Like, I'm not even being funny. I'm not exaggerating. I'm actually disgusted that he would try to even take this angle with this. Like, I get that he's a Drake fan, but it's like, bro, to try to imply that these lines J. Cole had is talking about Kendrick Lamar, when one, Kendrick is not an activist, and two, Kendrick is reflecting his own experience in his music, that is a very steep accusation to make against someone. So you're basically saying Kendrick Lamar's music isn't about his actual experience. He's just putting it in music to make money off of it. If his goal was to make money, right, he would make music like Drake. He wouldn't make music talking about stuff that's controversial, right, and pushes the bounds of what people are comfortable with. Like, bro, like, this is not the angle I thought he was going to take with this. And I'm actually, like, you're dragging a whole song that has nothing to do with the beef into it.
Studio steppers moving
This is literally from last year.
On songs fake and rep.
So Cole makes a reference to Kendrick's album, Mr. Morale, and the...
How is that? Bro, how is this a reference to Mr. Morale? It's like he went from trying to be objective and using things that like actually made sense and like stuff he could prove and substantiate to like just reaching. I don't know when this pivot happened. I don't know. But like studio steppers, dude. Steppers is a general word. That doesn't mean he's talking about Kendrick Lamar. Dude, literally studio steppers, he's just talking about people that like act like they're from the streets or act like they have credibility. They're steppers in the booth, right? Just like they say, like, some of these people are Jid has a line where he's like, oh, you say you a kingpin, no, you a pin king, right? A kingpin is like a drug lord or something like that. He's like, no, you're not a kingpin, you're a pin king. You aren't a kingpin, you're not running the streets and got actual rep out here. You're a person that's a king of the pen, a king of writing stuff and coming up with stories. That's basically the same thing that J. Cole is saying in this. Like, fake and rep, like, bro, Kendrick Lamar has never claimed a gang. So how does this apply to him? Like, bro, it's like, I don't know at what point we deviated from like making like claims that we could like directly tie to like evidence to like just saying anything, but it's like, bro, this video is going downhill. I hope the rest of the video is not like this, but like, bro, it's not looking too good right now. This is not looking good.
Big steppers.
It's not a good look. Yo, what's good, Rose?
That K-Dot is faking the funk for money.
Yeah,
and it's
not a
in
good
this
look.
first bar where it's even more similar to Drake's line, as they are both saying the exact same thing here.
Some activists got so rich they probably wish we stayed. Bro, it's like for you to take lines from a whole different song before the beef that's literally could apply to so many situations where people are activists and go help in other countries with people that are oppressed, and they end up grifting and taking money. There's so many nonprofit organizations that are allegedly to help good causes that are used to launder money or to line people's pockets. Like, there's so many examples that there's no way you could specifically apply to Kendrick, considering he's not even an activist.
It's fairly...
And considering that Kendrick has also talked about fake activists and wanting to be away from the fake activism and not wanting to be associated with that and keeping his mouth closed. Like Kendrick and Cole both said that's why they keep their mouth closed. Literally, in 95, I gotta find the lyric, but Kendrick literally talked about this in 95, where he said, oh yeah, since I've been away, I've been seeing all these fake activists and these fake woke people. Him and J. Cole said the same thing. And now you're trying to turn the line on Kendrick? That's crazy, bro.
Apparent that both J. Cole and Drake aren't shooting shots at the subject matter itself, but more
Stop trying to use J. Cole to cover up from Drake. Talk about Kendrick rapping like he wanted to free the slaves. You cannot use J. Cole to save Drake with that line. I'm sorry, gang.
The person who's delivering it as they see it as a grift. And that's not the last time that J. Cole called Kendrick a fraud.
God. How are you, bro, why didn't you just use the lines where J. Cole was talking in the beef instead of trying to go use other songs to try to compile onto your argument? You would have been perfectly fine just using the lines where he was actually dissing Kendrick instead of going to get lines from other songs that apply to other people, adding it with this to try to make your point look more solid. You could have made the same exact argument just using a song where he was directly talking to Kendrick. This makes even less sense why you included the other song, gang. Like, what?
Might be too short to box with the God who live his life without the pressures of a constant facade.
So Cole and Drake are saying the exact same thing. This dude
They're not saying the same thing. One person saying Kendrick is rapping like he's trying to get the slaves freed is not the same as J. Cole saying he has a facade. I hate to break it to you. I don't know if like it's because he's white and just doesn't understand black culture, slavery, anything like that. I don't know like what the disconnect is, but like, dude, implying that trying to get the slaves freed is something negative in any capacity is not the same as saying someone is a fake activist and has a facade. Like,
is a grifter.
Bro.
Don't even go back to your hood and plant no money trees.
Drake makes a direct reference to Kendrick's big hit Money Trees and claims that he doesn't go back to his neighborhood to spread the wealth.
Money trees is the perfect place for shade, and that's just how I feel.
Now, I think everyone knows that Kendrick has a long history of giving back to Compton and LA in general. I could make a whole other video about this, and maybe sometime I will. But let's just say that he's given back hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even millions. He's definitely amazing with charity, but there's more to it than just that. Planting money trees isn't just about donating to charities for a potential tax break. What I think Drake really means here is he's talking about things like, what businesses has Kendrick created in his community? Based on my research, he owns PG Lang, and that's pretty much it. So Drake makes a pretty solid point here. If you want to talk about giving back to people on the West, look no further than what the late, great Nipsey Hussle did. Nip created multiple businesses, truly growing money trees on his home soil. This is one of the best investments that you could do for your community, as it not only provides goods and services for the people, but it creates job opportunities. This man had restaurants, barbershops, full-on education programs for kids of color, affordable housing. He was trying to work with police to help with gang violence. Nipsey was planting money trees left, right, and center, and he even planned to roll out some of these programs in other states in America. And then there's another layer of planting money trees. The question needs to be asked, what has Kendrick done for West Coast rappers? What is he doing to put money into the pockets of LA artists? What is he doing to find the next Kendrick Lamar? The answer is not as much as you would expect. Excluding features that he's done with his label mates on TDE, which really shouldn't count.
Wait a minute. I know we're not asking this question when Drake literally, like, collects artists from his own city to make them into Sweatshop. I'm recording a video right now, Scronic. I don't have time to do anything tonight. I'm probably still gonna be doing this for like another 2 hours, and I gotta do other stuff after that. Appreciate the invite though.
Kendrick's discography isn't exactly the definition.
Bro, since when this, like, I think the first argument was a good argument. This is not a good argument. It's not his responsibility to like put on other like artists from LA, and then especially when he just did the pop out show He just did the pop-out show where he brought hella LA artists. Why is he making this argument right now when we've literally just saw him platform like 10 or 15 LA artists plus dancers and Tommy the Clown and everybody and their mama, and put Tammy's Burgers and other businesses in this video? Like, this is, I guess, like, the timing on this, maybe he did this before the pop-out show. I don't know when he like edited this, but yeah.
Of promoting West Coast artists. There's a lot of budding MCs.
What do you mean? He literally collabed with other dudes from TDE. Is J-Rock and Schoolboy Q and Absol not from LA? Or do they not count because they're in the same label? Like, I don't know. And Kendrick has done songs with LA artists. He did a song with Nipsey. He did a song with YG. What is he talking about now that I think about it? What does he mean? Does he mean like underground LA artists? Does he mean like... Okay.
At LA right now, and not only has Kendrick not planted any money trees for them, he's hardly even...
I like the first argument better.
...planted a seed. It's the small things like this that Kendrick Lamar lacks, and Drake makes a very good point.
But Drake cannot say that when literally Toronto artists have told us that he doesn't do anything to support them. Toronto artists told us Drake does not support Toronto artists. And if he does, he literally absorbs them into OVO and makes them sweatshop workers for him and writers for him and uses their music. How is that remotely any better? At least Kendrick has consistently collabed with certain dudes that are from LA that he grew up with and is on the label with. Can we really say the same for Drake? What does Toronto rap sound like? When has Drake put us onto Toronto rappers? Like, we don't know what Toronto sound is because the man has bit sound from like everywhere.
One could even argue that Kendrick's strategy with his pop-out show was a way to address narratives like this one. Again, if we're talking West Coast...
Okay. So we're going to say Kendrick hasn't collabed with any West Coast artists. Is that the argument?
Look at Nipsey.
Kendrick literally did a song with Nipsey. Chat. Is this man a few steps slow, or is it just me? Is it like, chat? Is it me, or is he just like a little slow? He's literally saying he's never collabed with LA artists. So what, he has to work with underground art? The man barely releases music anyway. So like, what are we saying? Are you not counting collabs that he did when he was literally unknown and on the come up? Because, I mean, he's worked with plenty of producers that are from LA. Like, do the producers not count? Like, I'm trying to understand, what is the qualification for Kendrick to have planted money trees by working with and collaborating with artists? Like, what? I don't know, chat. Maybe I'm the slow one. Maybe I'm slow, chat. Maybe I'm slow. Maybe it's me. Let's keep listening to him. Yo, Jelly, thank you so much. I saw you just went live. I hope you have a good one. Let me refresh my tab. Bianca, how are you, queen? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hold on, I gotta re-pull her stream up. It's good to see you, Bianca. Bro, maybe I'm slow. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the problem.
Look at Nip. Look, when you're a multimillionaire,
what do you mean look at Nip?
Money at charities is not all that difficult.
So, bro, we're moving the goalpost, gang. We're moving the goalpost. Don't do this. Where's Drake documents of charity and giving back to Toronto? Oh, and strip clubs don't count. Strip clubs do not count as charity. Drake claimed Memphis. He claimed Houston. He be claiming Atlanta. Where's the charities there? Oh, wait. The only charity he's done is giving money to strippers. So, like, what are we talking about? And if there are OVO charities or whatever, please show us the receipts. Because maybe we can go charity for charity between Drake and Kendrick. So now we're moving the goalpost to, oh, he don't plant money trees, to, oh, well, he does plant money trees, but technically it's not enough because, I mean, well, he doesn't work with LA artists. I mean, he does work with LA artists, but it's just not certain LA artists. Oh, well, he does give back to his community, but it's only through charities and not through businesses, even though we can't verify if Kendrick has ever helped a business or not. Yeah, it's like, how does the goalpost keep getting moved, gang? This is where his bias start to show. Look, I know he's loyal to Drake. He's Canadian, okay? I get it. But, bro, if you're gonna make an argument, you can't move the goalpost in the middle of the argument if you're trying to say your objective. Now, if you just say, okay, I got my biases, so my bias might come out, Okay. Like if I'm reacting to something Kendrick related, I'm obviously a Kendrick fan, so my bias is gonna come out, right? I'm reacting to this as a Kendrick fan. I'm gonna have a bias, right? But I also said I'm going to try to be objective. And if you've been watching me react to this, when he makes a good point about Drake, I say, dang, that's a good point. When Drake had a good line, I'm like, dang, that's a good line. That's fair. That's valid, right? That's called trying to be objective, you know? So it's like, I don't have to deny that there's a good point just because I have a bias towards Kendrick. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what is the parameters to measure any of this stuff at this point? If we're saying, well, yes, Kendrick actually did help his community, but technically not in the ideal way with which he could maximize his help and support of the community under the capitalistic institution of the United States. Like, bro, like, obviously to ideally help any kid, I could literally make the argument he's saying, right? Okay, you can invest and infuse money into like different businesses in your community, but under the guise of capitalism as a whole, you're still going to have a limited impact. You could create financial literacy programs. You can create programs where you fund businesses, but is that going to change the overall systemic structure of the area? No, because there's things so much more deep than what any one person could do. So that's why I think trying to make this argument is a slippery slope, because the system, the economic system that we live under makes it damn near impossible to truly have the greatest impact you could. You could give money, you could, whatever solution you got for how to plant money trees, it's all null and void under capitalism, because it's going to have a limited effect, because the cycle is going to continue, because it's designed to be this way. It's designed to be dysfunctional. It's designed to keep impoverished communities impoverished, no matter how many rich people come out that city, no matter how many programs are made, no matter how many businesses are invested in. There's nothing any one person can do under capitalism to fundamentally shift how the system works. That's the actual bleak reality. It's cool and we can give props whenever one person can make it out and give their money, but Kendrick can give all his money away that he's ever made, and it's still not going to have a significant difference in the long term. You can literally escape from your economic class, right? You can make it out of your economic class that you were born into, and statistically within 2 generations, your family will return back to the class that you came from. The system here is not designed for people to escape their class and stay out of their class. It's designed for people to stay within the class that they're born into. So it's like, no matter how you slice it, there's no ideal way to help a community under capitalism. And that's why I don't sit here and judge celebrities or anybody for what they're doing for their community. It's like, if they can do something cool. But first of all, we don't even know what either one of these dudes do behind the scenes. Like I said, Drake's idea of investing in the community is giving money to strippers. Like, that's his way of infusing money into the economy and helping the economy. Has he done some side things? Probably. And if he has, and there's documents for it, give him credit. Just like if Kendrick is on the record doing stuff for communities, give him credit. But like, to say that, oh, Kendrick only supported LA artists because Drake said something in a song, are we just going to ignore all the collabs that he's had? Are we going to ignore the fact that when Kendrick and Nipsey Hussle collab, Kendrick was probably 10 times the size of an artist than Nipsey Hussle was, even though Nipsey was respected in the community? Are we going to sit here and act like Kendrick wasn't shining a light on one of LA's most underrated artists at that time when they did the song? Like, this is why he don't make sense to me. He just chatting at this point.
When there's
I see why this video is so long, because he's spending so much time doing this. He reaching the whole video. I thought he was going to keep it just the facts. And I was like, dang, how much factual stuff could he have to say in the video that's 2.5 hours long? I see why it's so long, because he's saying a bunch of bullshit.
Groundwork that needs to be laid, and Nip had his footprints all over it, as he was really doing.
So basically, when you're making this argument, you would be implying that black capitalism is the solution to the system, which factually is just not. It's not. There's no amount of black capitalism and black owned businesses that's going to change anyone's economic class, or the redlining that's taking place and the systemic oppression that's taking place, or the discriminations at the banks and the medical discrimination as well, medical racism. That it's not going. There's no business that any one rapper that's gonna change that game. It looks better. It sounds better. It's nice to see it. But to say that it's making a substantial difference, bro, the system is designed to be broken, gang. And this is why I think a Canadian speaking on American micro and macroeconomics is probably just not a good idea, especially when you intertwine like how race and class affects these things on an even more complex basis. Like, you really need to study these things to truly have like an informed opinion on it. And I just think right now he's kind of just speaking out of turn, respectfully. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. It sounds good, you know, when you're trying to make your guy Drake look better, but it's like, in the reality of it, it's just not. It's not a comprehensive argument, and it's just not very nuanced. It's a very undercooked take. What's good? I'm indecisive. We're just recording a video right now. We're watching this guy try to break down Drake's lyrics and stuff.
Everything in his power for his community. See, like I said before,
is Bestie in here? I'm not sure. I don't know. I know she's probably winding down right now. She gotta go to work tomorrow.
Part of Drake's strategy with this record is to paint Kendrick as a hypocrite. As far as the visuals, at this point, the van is...
How is he a hypocrite when he's probably worked with more and platformed more LA artists than Drake has Toronto artists? I'm just wondering. Like, Drake's idea of like helping and putting on Toronto artists is literally trying to get them to work in his OVO sweatshop. I don't know how else to say it. He tried to do it The Weeknd. That's why he's mad at The Weeknd. The Weeknd's from Canada, right? He thought The Weeknd was going to be his personal slave and keep feeding him music and ideas for free. Fun fact, half of Drake's, one of his most critically acclaimed albums, Take Care, was written by The Weeknd. And Drake thought he was going to get to have his personal little minion, right? His little talent minion that he could extract all the talent and resources from his whole career. He thought The Weeknd was going to be dumb enough to sign with OVO so he can get him to work for him, just like Majid Jordan and Party Next Door and all them other people that's on OVO. What happened to their careers after they work with Drake? They work in a sweatshop and he gets songs from them and their career falls off. Oh, what else? Who was that dude he signed? The one that had the Tuesday song? Same thing happened to him. McConan, same thing happened to him.
Been completely removed from the back of the trailer and is sitting on the forks of the loader. Now, I can't speculate what that man does behind the scenes. Kendrick could be doing a lot. I'm just giving theories to what I think Drake could be talking about. And he's more or less just calling him a grifter. He's saying Kendrick's music and the message within it, as powerful as it is, it seems to stop there. There's no follow-up. There's no real action. You're just profiting off this. You're not really doing the groundwork. That's what I get from it. And look, without music, I probably wouldn't even be here. So I'm the last guy.
And I like this response too. I've seen this. If he wasn't dissing, then we wouldn't be discussing him as crazy because J. Cole literally mentioned him on First Person Shooter. Yes, this is true. J. Cole mentioned Kendrick on First Person Shooter and then tried to say we wouldn't be talking about Kendrick if he didn't diss nobody. When J. Cole brought him up, that's a great point, and I'm a J. Cole stan.
I'm
a J. Cole stan, but that was a self-owned.
Has to influence people and influence change. It's a very powerful tool.
Say you hate the girls I fuck, but what you really mean?
The minors.
Drake begins to rebuttal Kendrick's comments on Euphoria.
He hate the bitches you fuck cause they confuse themselves with real women.
The minors.
And next we get a pretty crazy flip.
Okay.
Black and white and everything that's in between.
Okay.
Drake comes through with the facts as he does have a wide range of past women from every ethnicity.
Yeah,
it's here where Drake begins to frame his angle as Kendrick really being envious.
I think this angle was funny. I think this was one of the funniest lines and one of the best lines Drake had this whole song. But you the Black Messiah wiping up a mixed queen and hit vanilla cream on the side to help with your self-esteem. I butchered it, but like, you know, the hitting vanilla cream on the side to help with your self-esteem line is just hilarious because it's true. It's true. He said it in his own music, man. I think that was one of his best lines in the song. He obviously is missing the point, right? Kendrick was obviously talking about minors and underage girls, but I like the angle he took, at least in an argumentative sense, purposely missing the point so he can make this point.
Of the life that Drake so freely lives. He begins to portray that Kendrick's issue isn't with the women Drake is involved with, but more about
it's more so about the girls he's involved with, but I'm gonna let you go.
That he can't openly engage in the same behavior himself.
You the black messiah wifing up a mixed queen.
Drake points out that the guy who is seemingly
so y'all let me know if I'm crazy, but I heard that Whitney isn't like half black, half white. I heard like her dad or mom is like mixed and then her other parent is black. Would y'all still consider that a mixed person? Because like to some degree we all got some degree of mixed in us. Because like if we're saying like we would have to know the exact percentages to know how mixed she is, but it's like what percentage is the threshold for us to consider someone mixed? Because like on my ancestry results, I'm like 10% European. On my grandma's ancestry results, she's about 15% European, and you can't tell she's mixed based on how she looked because she was darker than me, right? But when I looked at the results, it was like 15% European. So what would you call that a mixed person? Even though she lived her experience in her life as a black woman and she was dark skinned, would you call that someone mixed, or does it have to be like 20% or above European for you to be mixed? Like, you know, I don't know. But I know he's just saying it for the song, but I'm just thinking like, what are we calling mix for real?
Very pro-black has wifed up a mixed woman. Now, certain people are against race mixing and they've got their own reasons. It's not something that I subscribe to. To me, love is love, and I believe Kendrick has a similar stance. And the facts are, there simply isn't any supporting lyrics or public statements from Kendrick that's opposed to race mixing. This angle would have been great if Kendrick was out here
if he was a whole
like Dr. Umar.
Yeah, like Dr. Umar.
That's just not the case. In fact, I see it as the opposite.
Hit vanilla cream to help out with your self-esteem.
Now, this one is
that was a good one.
Drake uses Kendrick's own words against him as he admitted to sleeping with white women himself.
The first time I fucked a white bitch, I was 16 at the Palisades.
He didn't stop there.
Yeah, I remember
this
that
time,
song.
He admits to cheating on Whitney with a white chick.
Next time I fucked a white bitch was out in Copenhagen. Good kid, Mad City tour. I flourished on them stages.
And for those that want to say that he wasn't with Whitney at this time,
was.
That may be possible, but it was just
I think
over
he
a
was.
year later where, again, he hides behind this high school sweetheart fairy tale.
But Kendrick has his longtime girlfriend that he's been with since the beginning, right, Kendrick?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So he's not to worry about that.
Damn, he know all your business. Damn, he got it.
That's the one you ride out with.
And nobody can hit it.
So in this interview, like
What that
many
mean?
others, he's claiming that he's been with Whitney this whole time. And we're going to
Possible.
get into a lot of those inconsistencies.
And I think, I feel like it could have been an off and on thing though. The people with those type of relationships would be hella toxic. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was with her, but not with her, or it was on a break, or like she found out he cheated and wasn't with him and then they got together. Like, I think I wouldn't personally get too hung up on if they were with each other or not, but
he's very
probably
soon.
off and on, like
And
a lot of the
course,
women
when
that
Drake
be cheating.
claims that Kendrick hit Vanilla Cream to help out his self-esteem, this also rings
I like
true
that
as
one.
Kendrick admitted this himself.
Insecurities that I project sleeping with other women. Whitney's hurt, the pure soul I know.
So I think Kendrick means women in general, not just white women, but whether you like this or not or want to admit it, what Drake is saying here is indeed valid.
Yeah, that's true.
Drake comes in with some shots as Kendrick and Whitney started dating in high school, and young love is usually very strong, hence the reference to puppy love. It's here where Drake also makes a reference to Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown's toxic relationship, drawing parallels between the two. Drake compares both relationships here as being extremely toxic and is likely alluding to the allegations of domestic abuse. However, another layer comes into play when we look at Whitney Houston's massive hit, All the Man That I Need, as it's on this record.
There we go. See, this is what I came to the video for. Not all that other stuff was the dirt. Just stick to this part, gang. Stick to this part.
Whitney is
Put the fries in the bag.
describing the perfect partner, where the lyrics describe how the man fulfills her emotional needs, provides love, security, and makes her feel complete.
So Drake is saying that Whitney is not getting any of these.
Do y'all think Drake knows that Whitney Houston song? Y'all think Drake knows that song? I struggle to believe he does, but let's just enjoy the reach for what it is.
Things from Kendrick, right?
Why you never hold your son and tell him say cheese?
At the time of this track, Drake seemed to have assumed that Kendrick was never seen with his new child, but this is in fact false, as I found a video of Kendrick feeding him.
We on track 3.
For real.
Hey, give me that thing.
What you looking for? We could have left the kids out of this, don't blame me.
Drake brings up how Kendrick made mention to his son Adonis on Euphoria.
That's whole shit. I got a son to raise, but I can see you don't know nothing about that.
And it's because of that where Drake says, okay, now it's fair game.
You a dog and you know it, you just play sweet.
So this line is actually pretty impactful and 100% true, but it'll make a lot more sense if I explain it in a few more bars.
Okay.
Baby mama cash was always screaming, save me.
Drake continues to dish out more shots.
That was a good one.
When we look at
that was a good bar, cause Whitney's Instagram post was looking like she was going through some things.
She
was writing whole poems and journal entries on there.
On Instagram, they don't seem to scream happy relationship by any means.
Wait, hold on, let's read some of these. We all know what others see may not be a true reflection of how we feel. This pic is great. I wonder what the picture was. Representation of how it felt for many years. I was stuck in a time and place that was no longer my reality and was no longer serving me. My babies forced me to take a long look at myself and journey back through the very things that made me. I've always carried the light with me. As a child, no one was able to help me process. Many times silence was enforced because my emotions were a lot to handle. Hiding my pain has been a technique I've mastered my entire life. Mask it with a smile and everything is good. Silence has been my superpower, protecting me in the most vulnerable spaces. Then I was referred to a great therapist. After a few years of hard work, I can finally say I hear my own voice again, and it's very powerful. I use my smile when it feels genuine and it's beautiful. Allowing the world in and sharing my experience is one of the greatest fears. The truth is always very important for me. I've lived a sober life, feeling every single part of it with that's correct. I didn't mean to click that, bro. That was horrible time. With the exception of mastering how to float when it's all too much, but I yearn to be centered, to flow, to heal, to enjoy life. Okay, what's the next one?
They don't seem to scream.
Even as the sun shines on my face and causes me a little discomfort, my mind can reflect on those dark days and wouldn't have it any other way.
Happy relationship by any means.
Now, she is a new mother, right? So she could have went through postpartum depression. Those posts don't mean that that's about their relationship.
As far as the visuals go, it's at this point where the loader heads toward...
I think we can reasonably conclude that a lot of that was probably about her relationship. Think about it. If I'm just going off what she said, I could see it like, you know, Kendrick's success and what he's doing in his career, in order to not distract him or cause him more stress on top of everything else, she probably silenced herself so that she wasn't bothering him or stressing him out. He probably got a bunch of people and a bunch of things already bugging him, weighing him down. And then you tell him your problems. And even if he actually caused some of them, you know, some people try not to put a burden on other people, so you end up silencing yourself. That probably happened in a relationship. I think that's a reasonable conclusion.
Towards the
That's not a
crusher
reach.
with the van on its forks.
You did it dirty all your life, you tryna make peace.
Drake makes the claim that Kendrick has been doing Whitney dirty his whole life.
All right, so let's just look at the timeline of all the times that Kendrick did Whitney dirty that we know of.
It was back in 2010 where Kendrick spoke about just how poorly he treated her while Whitney stayed at home alone.
And she know they got me. I watch her feelings watch me as they staring with the
I remember this song.
That's the loneliness.
Now, you could say this is just him telling a story and it's not about them, but we can at least admit at the very minimum that the parallels are interesting.
And he would only go on to break more promises, as at the end of this record, he commits to being faithful to her from that point on.
So to what's important in my life, I apologize. I promise to stay faithful, focused, and sanctified.
So even from a
That
very
didn't
early
happen.
point here, we have Kendrick admitting to wrongdoings on a record, and because he apologizes for things like this and comes off as sincere, fans seemingly give this behavior a pass.
But bro, he apologized. He admitted it. Like,
nah,
that doesn't change anything. That doesn't change the fact that he was sliming her pretty bad. It doesn't.
There's also the fact that if we're going to overanalyze and critique every single thing that Drake says and does and use it against him to support whatever narrative there may be, then we have to do it here as well. It's only fair.
Unless, of course, you're a deranged, insane super fan. Then you probably wouldn't agree, but most people would.
Yeah, but like anyone that actually listens to Kendrick music, like you can't deny that he did her dirty like multiple times, like a lot of times, and she probably should have left, which he literally said in his own song on the last album. He said, by the time you hear this song, Whitney's probably gonna be gone. Like, the nigga has been telling us for years he been doing her dirty. Like, anyone that denies that, you're just, I don't know, you don't listen to music or you're just kind of crazy.
Continuing on with the
you don't gotta
timeline,
defend stuff that the dude literally told us in his own song. That's all I'm saying.
and we now need to look at Kendrick's lyrics on Mr. Morale as it gives context to another incident in 2012.
I met her on the third night of Chicago, North America tour, my eye closed. Feet 5'4" from, she was a model. Eyes like green penetrate.
Kendrick refers to his North American tour and states that he met a woman on the third night of Chicago. Now, when I looked into this, I found that he's referring to the Pitchfork Music Festival, which took place in Chicago in 2012, where he did indeed perform on the third night and admits to sleeping with this woman.
Green eyes said you be okay, first tour sex to pain away.
And it was literally just 1 month before that festival where Kendrick claimed that he was still with his long-term girlfriend and that he doesn't do any dirt while on tour.
I know you thought about smashing Angela.
No, he has a girlfriend. You still have a girlfriend, right?
Right.
Yeah, he laughed.
I know the black hippies get a lot of groupies, so I know you on the road doing your dirt.
I know that has to
Does
be
your
tough.
girlfriend understand?
I mean, it's not really dirt. I'm just chilling. I don't be messing with the groupies like that.
Then I found a tweet from Whitney's sister.
It didn't even sound convincing.
Which was 2 months after the festival, where she said, "He's been with my sister since high school. He's family. So when it comes to Drake's claims of doing Whitney dirty, this acts as another check mark in the timeline."
And this is why Drake said you like to play sweet a few bars earlier. Now we can explain
He definitely does.
Drake cleverly plays off his previous
10
puppy
was
love
good,
line
bro.
to claim that Kendrick is a complete dog when it comes to women.
Oh, he
And
definitely
even
is.
13 years ago, it was on the Buried Alive track where Kendrick is talking all about how he can't wait for his music to pop off so that he can live like Drake and smash groupies.
Red, I'ma go and get some head off the strength of my music. I tell a bad bitch, yo ass too fat, capitalize that. And your weave look good with the Indian tracks.
So 13 years ago, Kendrick is saying he wants to get some head off the strength of his music, which is exactly what he did, as just 1 year and 8 months later, he would cheat on Whitney and dipped into the vanilla cream at a festival in Copenhagen.
Nah, the crowd was different in Copenhagen, babe. Like, they really do love me out here. It's crazy.
And of course, Kendrick had to frame those lyrics like he had big plans of messing with thick queens with the weave looking on point. But in reality, he was gripping on a blonde ponytail and balls deep in skinny white ass.
I mean, Kendrick might just be a milkman, right? A closet milkman.
And after that, it's over. You wake up and you don't...
Is he a milkman? I don't think so. I think it's just a thing where, like, for black guys, like, let's just keep it a buck. In their mind, a lot of the white girls are easy. They be groupies because they be having these BBC fantasies and stuff. So, like, I will just say if you're a black guy, it's a plus. And then you're a black guy that does music and has clout. Yeah, you're just kind of fulfilling some fantasies. So, like, your options... just a lot more plentiful when both of y'all got fantasies of each other. Black guys be having fantasies of the white girls, the white guys be having fantasies of black guys. So you combine that, give a dude some clout and money and good music. That's an option that a lot of them explore a lot, and you will hear them talk about it in their music. Oh, we're smashing these white girls for reparations. I remember a clip play with Cardi's song. He literally talk about them white hoes love me. Them white hoes love me. So it's like it's a thing. You have to, and look, you can call it racist, you can call it, I don't care what you want to call it. I'm speaking facts. I'm speaking facts. You have to be a part of the culture to understand this. If you don't get it and then you're in denial, I'm sorry, but I'm just telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. I know sometimes it hurts to hear the truth, but this is the reality of what a lot of black men think and how a lot of white women think. They both fetishize each other. So that's why a lot of them indulge in it, and they, in their mind, they justify it. A lot of them justify, oh, we're getting reparations. Oh, we're doing this for our ancestors. Like, they'll tell, the black dudes will tell themselves all types of crazy stuff to like justify it. So was it just white girls? I don't think so. I think white girls was definitely included, but I definitely think he probably cheated with multiple types of women. Multiple. I'm good though, 10. Yeah, those locks are you know, they're very expensive. That's why I'm doing it myself. It's gonna take me a minute, but it's worth it because I'm not paying nobody hundreds or thousands to retwist my stuff.
Don't even know what you done.
I missed the show. I wish they bring it back. But leave some of your favorite moments in the comments, and I guarantee I'll get them.
Yeah, the boo.
Yo, what's good, JJ?
You guys got engaged.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, definitely.
It's still engaged to this day.
Yeah, I'm loyal to the soil.
Yeah, I got engaged, and I'm also really loyal.
It's like every time he says that stuff, it don't even sound believable.
Way, like that's just, you know, I'm Kendrick.
Oh, he was hollering at Angela Lee?
Fast forwarding in the timeline, that interview that you just saw was in April 2015, where he claims that he's loyal to the soil. However, it's presumed that during that long break between Damn and Mr. Morel, that even more complicated family matters took place.
Oh, yeah.
Insecurities that I project sleeping with other women. Whitney's hurt, the pure soul I know. I found her in the kitchen.
And Whitney did appear to leave him during this period.
But Whitney's gone. By the time you hear this song, she did all she could.
So that 5-year gap between Damn and Mr. Morel seems to be where the more complicated family matters took place.
And Kendrick's claims of being with his high school sweetheart from the jump
it
was
just sounds good.
Another lie, as we heard from
it sounds good, bro. Me and Bessie talk about this all the time. Men love, in the public eye in particular, like love attaching themselves to some type of woman and doing all types of crazy stuff behind the scenes because they get some type of like social credit. They get a social capital for looking like a family man. It's good for your brand, bro. It's good for your brand. That's just a fact. Oh, he's a family man. You know how much credit and goodwill you get from people just for being perceived as a family man? That's why he was lying. We know why he was lying. You always gonna look better, have better looks and perception off being a family man that's loyal than a dude that's just out here in the streets.
Scott that she was in a relationship with Kendrick for a full year.
This girl too.
So shout out to Kendrick. That's the homie. Yeah,
I heard about her.
We had a brief thing.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't like a long-term relationship. The way I heard it was like, yo, you know she used to fuck with Kendrick. It wasn't like, yo, you were his like.
I'll put it like I'll say like that was my boo. You know what I'm saying? Like that was my thing. I was seeing him and him only for.
Poor Whitney. Poor Whitney. He put her through hell. Whitney would have every right to just leave this man and never come back. And he knew that. He knew that. That's why, to me, bringing up this argument, it don't hit the same when he done already told us everything. He done told us how much he messed up. Like, if you listen, this is only a grand reveal to people who don't listen to his music. You know?
I'll agree in here.
Same thing. J. Cole, same thing. He do the same thing in his music. Oh, I got a girl back at home and she back at home folding clothes and shit. Still do it dirty and she knows the shit. You know what I'm saying? He got songs talking about what it's like to have a good girl at home, you know, waiting for you and you on the road, smashing girls and stuff, and she's still at home. Like, he been talking about it. He even talked about it recently on the song with Future, Red Lever, where he was literally talking about the whole song, how he got a wife and staying loyal and all that, but he fighting temptation and still want to be like Future and have all the hoes. So it's like noticing a pattern.
That the high school sweetheart thing has been great for Kendrick, right? Right, good look. So I think we just ignore this.
So it's here where we close the timeline on the relationship, and it's understood that Kendrick admitted to some of these things himself, but this line from Drake is about the cycle of doing Whitney dirty, and by all accounts, this is extremely accurate.
But bro, he said he's not your savior. Like, guys, I know about Mr. Morale, but that doesn't change the fact that what Drake is saying here is true. He treated her poorly.
Being with his high school sweetheart was part of Kendrick's brand, as it made him look like he was different than all the other rappers because he didn't change with the money and fame. It made him look loyal.
Oh, he
but
definitely
this
did.
Isn't what took place at all.
We heard it a million times, right? Oh, Kendrick is really genuine. He's not like the other guys. He's still with his high school girlfriend.
Who said that? I don't know, bro. Anyone that's been listening to his music, bro, I feel like says in about 50 different ways that money and fame changed him, and that's why he's so traumatized. It brought out the worst in him. It brought out the worst demons in him. He's given so many different examples of how that's affected him, his mental health, his relationships. So I feel like anyone seriously like a Kendrick fan and listen to his music, you would not deny any of this, because you can literally pick out a song talking about, boom, this song's talking about his alcoholism. This song's talking about his depression. This song's talking about his infidelity. This part is him talking about using his fame for bad. Like, I could literally point to multiple songs for each different thing to exemplify that he's never really portrayed himself as anything other than that. Maybe like on press runs or something, or like, you know, the little lies here or there, but it's like that definitely hasn't been like what he's actually said, you know. The marketing and stuff, that's different, but the actual substance of the music hasn't been him trying to portray himself any certain way. It's actually been him being very vulnerable and honest. It's just that somehow people keep walking away thinking he's a saint or something.
He's genuine.
It's within
I don't know
this
how
first verse from Drake where
you
he
actually
indicates
listening.
that Kendrick is just truly envious of the life that Drake lives. 13 years ago, Kendrick claimed he essentially wanted Drake's life, and Drake frames it like that didn't change. Drake has always had the freedom to sleep with any woman he wants, and while Kendrick positioned himself for over a decade as an honest and faithful guy to his high school girlfriend, this is simply not the case, as he was really moving more similar to Drake than what people would like to admit. Drake is basically saying, you always wanted to live the life that I lived. You did live the life that I lived. You just hid it from the world behind a sweetheart persona.
I think that's valid. Now, where did Drake get this one from? I just don't know where he got the whole day free, it's your child's dad. I'm genuinely wondering where he got this from. Yo, what's good, FDC?
Okay,
I don't know where he got this from.
To better understand his line, we need to look at what was said by both artists on the diss tracks that came before. On Push Ups, Drake started out the track with the Who Kid drop, which was something that none of us understood at the time.
Who Kid?
From there, he threw insults regarding Kendrick's
that was a
height,
nice one.
said that his last album bricked, that TDE was extorting him. And
that's also one of Drake's best lines in the whole thing. He said, I'm at the top of the mountain, so you tight now. Just to have this talk with your ass at the hike down. That's one of the best lines Drake had. It's the delivery and the visualization he did with that. I think that I said that the other line was the best one, but I actually think that's the best, or at least my favorite line that Drake had in the whole beef. Just because that showed me that Drake has the ability, either him or his writers have the ability to have good bars and like decent delivery, but that's what makes it look crazier, that how bad some of the other lines in writing was. My boy Kendrick, biggest the Super Bowl. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Had the line about bodyguards with Whitney.
Then he dropped Taylor Made.
Yeah,
on
the bodyguards,
Taylor Made,
okay.
He used an AI, Snoop and Tupac to mock Kendrick, questioned his authenticity, claimed he was powerless to Taylor Swift, and he ended off the track by claiming that Kendrick was in his New York apartment struggling.
And then Kendrick said this on Euphoria.
If you take it there, I'm taking it further. That's something you don't want to do.
Okay,
and he
so
did
the
it.
question is, take what where, take what further? What did Drake say in
Is
those
this
two
about
tracks?
the beef? it's him breaking down family matters
that would make Kendrick react like this. Well, there's only two answers. Something
what's
to do
confusing?
with the Who Kid
I don't
drop,
understand
which
what's
would
confusing.
indicate that he picked up on what it meant, or something to do with Whitney.
Kendrick is reacting to
I like
something
the Who
here.
Kid
It's either
sneak.
the bar about Whitney or the bar about the kid. It's one of the two.
Objectively speaking, it appears that Kendrick recognizes Drake has something on him, as he's deemed it significant enough to issue a threat.
We ain't gotta get personal. This a friendly face.
Oh, he said if you
I don't think
no, I think when Kendrick said that, I feel like he was saying like if you take it there, if he takes it there, like he's taking it further. Like he talked about his girlfriend in the song. Like I don't know what's. I just got in the stream. I didn't know we were watching. Yeah.
Should take it there. Let's just keep it friendly. Like, I mean, he says it twice. There's zero doubt in my mind that Kendrick picked up on the fact that Drake had something on him. 100%.
Now, as far as this Dave Free line, I'm not
think
sure
that's a
where
reach.
Drake heard this rumor.
He literally said, bro, if you take it there, what is there? Talking about family. He talked about his family. I don't know if this call was real, but I mean, Joe Budden substantiated this. It was people already were saying this before, like early in the beef, but Joe Budden was on his podcast the other day and said that there was a call between Drake and Kendrick at the beginning or whenever they first start deciding they was gonna put songs out to draw a line about what they wouldn't talk about, right? So obviously the line for most people is gonna be my girlfriend, my family, and Drake is the one that crossed the line first, right? That's the same thing what happened with Pusha T. Now, if this conversation happened and Drake still took it there, that's crazy, right? So, like, I'm just saying, I feel like that's what his line was about. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
But he claims
maybe I don't
that
know what
one
I'm
of
talking about.
Kendrick's kids might not be his, and due to the reference to the son just a few bars earlier, it's presumed this is who he's talking about. Now, to me, it's obvious that both children belong to Kendrick, as
But where
they
did this
clearly
angle
possess
come
a
from,
number of his
though?
facial features. However, Drake only insinuates that this might be the case, which really makes
So he knew it wasn't true and said it anyway just for the plot.
me believe that at the very least, Drake is claiming that Whitney and Dave could have been messing around.
I'd be pretty much shocked if the kids weren't Kendrick's. Like, to me, we don't need a DNA test here.
However, there's no solid evidence that Whitney and Dave were ever involved, and it seems unlikely given how close Kendrick is with Dave. They continue to collaborate even on significant ventures like partnering for PG Lang.
So because this was supposed to be like the knockout punch for Drake, like he put a lot of stock in this info.
Yeah.
I don't think he just made this up out of thin air. I think someone told him this and he bought it.
But wasn't there like a plant or like a rat or a fake? His name was Cooley. Now y'all can believe this or not. He does have connections with Kendrick. He said that he planted fake information to Drake about Kendrick. Now, whether y'all believe that or not, could the Dave Free being the dad of the kids have been the fake information to make Drake look crazy?
He believed it.
Now, for me personally, I don't feel like the Not Like Us video proves that Kendrick and Whitney are still together.
Yeah, me neither.
This is just my take, but I believe
Yeah,
they
I
separated
don't think so either.
a while ago. And
Yeah, I don't think that means they're together. It makes it look like she's still gonna stand by him, but they could definitely not be together and just like co-parenting or something.
And the Mr. Morale album was a form of therapy for them, and I do believe they are now co-parenting.
That's just my opinion, guys. I do think Drake got this part right, but we'll see in time.
At the end of the day, Kendrick is the father of her children. She knew him since high school, and Drake did drag her into this beef, so I can't see why she wouldn't help Kendrick out with the video.
Fabricating stories on the family front, cause you heard.
Yeah, we
Mr.
have no
Morale.
idea, but
And
that
I
could be
truly
true.
believe that lines like this one acted as a safety net, as it was Kendrick's way of trying to get ahead of these things before they came out.
I think he heard the songs. I think he literally heard Drake's songs before. So yeah, I think he literally got ahead of like damn near everything because he knew what the songs were gonna be about. Well, he knew exactly what the songs were.
Personally, I believe that there just might be a layer of truth mixed in there somewhere that Kendrick recognized he needed to step on.
As far as Whitney sleeping with another man besides Kendrick, I saw people acting as if this was impossible, but I do feel like the psychological damage.
That's not crazy. She could have got with somebody else. I mean, how many times did he cheat on her? Like, we don't even know how many times. You probably can't even count on one hand how many times Kendrick probably cheated on her.
Damage that Kendrick did to her throughout his own infidelity would cause many women to seek that affection from someone else.
I mean, come on now, guys. Like, if you treat a woman like that for as long as he did, do you really think it's a 0% possibility that she might just eventually veer off with...
See, that's why I think Beyonce got side dudes. Because Jay-Z cheated on her with Becky. Y'all think she didn't get her get back? Come on, she's Beyonce. In her prime? Y'all don't think Beyonce and Jay-Z got like a little contract where, you know, the people they get what they make them sign NDA 360s of hell so they can have their little fun on the side? Come on, chat. Look, that's just one of my crazy theories. I have no idea if she actually did that. But I'm just like, hey, if Jay-Z get to cheat with Becky, why Beyonce can't step out?
Someone else?
So speaking on the relationship as a whole, I believe these kids are Kendrick's, but I'm also not going to rule out that there just might be a layer of truth in here somewhere that Kendrick did a very good job of stepping on.
When you really look at the information and the situation at a whole,
you know she gonna go above a
what
Beyonce.
I just said is not a crazy...
Come on, like, think about the type of dudes Beyonce got access to. Ain't no way I'ma be Beyonce, get cheated on by Jay-Z of all people, and I stay committed? Nah. But look, she might be brainwashed enough to actually like not do it.
He take the
Come
have.
on.
I think Kendrick's strategy of painting Drake as a liar,
if she didn't step
and a
out, I'm
manipulator,
disappointed.
and constantly driving that home, I think all that was done with a great deal of intent, and it was very effective, right?
Cause if your GM is your BM secret BD, then this is all making plenty fucking sense to me.
Drake claims that if Kendrick's general manager, Dave Free, is the real father of his
Dave Free
child,
does look good.
then everything is starting to add up. The long wait in between Damn and Mr. Morale, the subject matter of Mr. Morale, the turmoil between Whitney and Kendrick, all now seems to add up for Drake.
Let that shorty breathe. Shake that ass, bitch.
Yeah, that was a crazy line.
Shake that ass for Drake. Now shake that ass for free.
So it's here where Drake flips one of Kendrick's funniest lines from Euphoria.
When I see you stand by sexy red, I believe you see two bad bitches. I believe you don't like women. It's real competition. You might pop ass with them.
When I heard these shots from Kendrick, I wondered how Drake would go about flipping this. And he does a pretty good job by playing off his previous track, Rich Baby Daddy, with Sexy Red. Drake starts off the line by saying, "Let that shorty breathe," possibly alluding to Kendrick being controlling in the relationship. It is a decent little flip as he ties it into the Dave Free and Whitney allegations, and this really could have been a crowd-pleasing moment had Kendrick not stepped on this track so quickly.
This was supposed to be Drake live, putting the mic out, and
he never got a chance to do
back.
it. I'm dead. Drake never gonna get a chance to perform none of these songs. Kendrick is diabolical. I'm just thinking about how Kendrick can perform all these songs over and over because he cooked them so bad, and Drake can't even hype the crowd up. He gotta act like these songs didn't even happen.
At this point in the video itself, the van has now been placed inside the crusher. And something else I wanted to add about this video is the fact that it's very low budget. It almost looks like it was filmed with cell phones.
Low budget.
And when we think of how Kendrick approaches his music videos, they're extremely cinematic. And I think Drake could be doing this to kind of mock him.
I'm not even saying that's a thing. That's just something that I noticed.
Yeah,
okay.
We're not that kind of free. I'm talking about my nigga Dave.
Drake proceeds to mock Kendrick by explaining the previous line, basically saying that Whitney doesn't need to shake ass for nothing, meaning she doesn't need to do it for free. She needs to shake it for Dave Free.
Yo, man, a Lil K, we call that shit a mini
funny.
Drake makes a reference to a mini Draco gun, which is a smaller version of a regular Draco. It's here where he positions Kendrick as someone that he doesn't even see as a man, but more of a little kid. There's also the fact that the Draco was inspired by the AK-47, so really
Right.
this little K line has three meanings, being one, little Kendrick, two, little kid, and three, it's a direct
Who y'all think wrote this line though?
reference to the Draco being
Yo, what's good,
inspired
Infinity?
by
How
the
we feeling, gang?
AK-47 itself. This is
We're
both
chilling.
a
We're just
clever way
reacting to this video.
of
Say it to
pointing out
YouTube.
Kendrick's short stature and also a way of calling him little bro. There's also the fact that by Drake labeling Kendrick as a mini Drake, he's literally saying that Kendrick is a smaller extension of himself and alluding to the fact that he's nowhere near to being on Drake's level.
And he's also rebuttaling two of Kendrick's gun bars, one being Euphoria.
Right, the K with all the nines.
And also to like that record.
So like, here's the thing though, like with this song, you can tell Drake had his writers for this one. And then the Heart Part 6, you could tell he didn't have his writers in that song at all because of how horrible it was. Dude, they got Jade by Meek Mill probably wrote it.
With all these nines, he gon' see Pet Cemetery, nigga.
So not only is this
We
a
know he
good
got a whole
punchline,
OVO sweatshop over there.
but he also has
Probably
a couple
multiple
rebuttals
people
in
for
there,
different
which is something
verses.
that we give points for in battle rap. This is a thing.
He always said I overlooked him, I was staring straight.
This line
More
acts
short
as
bars.
a double entendre where one, Drake alludes to Kendrick's height, he literally overlooks him because he's taller, and two, Drake is only focused on people he considers to be on his level. He looks straight ahead, meaning he only acknowledges artists who are the same caliber as himself. Drake doesn't view Kendrick as being on his level.
These bars go over Kenny head no matter what I say.
So Drake
That
claims that the
bar is
bars are
funny.
going right over Kendrick's head.
That was funny.
Which is a phrase that we often use in hip hop when the bars are so complex that the audience doesn't catch it. Secondly, it's obviously another short joke where the bars are literally going over Kendrick's
It's
head
so funny, like a whole third of Drake's disses was like short jokes.
due to his short size. So again, another jab at Kendrick
Or
for
small
his short
feet.
stature. And while I felt like the short jokes were already played out in push-ups, I got to thinking, maybe Drake knows that Kendrick is insecure about this. Even when Drake dropped that track, he shared a story promoting it where he said, "Out on all platforms, like the shoes you need." And there are many instances of Kendrick wearing footwear where he seems to be trying to gain a couple inches.
I mean, maybe
I'm
it is
dead.
a sore spot for Kendrick.
I know you like to keep it short.
Do
so
y'all
let
think
me
Kendrick cares about his height? I'm not gonna lie. I feel like once you get to a certain status and like respect, does the height matter? Because I feel like men usually care about height when it comes to like women or like standing next to men. But if we're talking about like socially, what supersedes your physical attributes? Your money, your status, and your respect, which he has all of. I'm not saying he doesn't care at all, but like, let's say Kendrick that still lived in the hood in Compton and wasn't Kendrick Lamar would probably care about his height more than this version of Kendrick Lamar. I think it's reasonable to, because like, what women are not, if they had the chance, what women are not getting with Kendrick Lamar because he's short when he's this version of Kendrick? Versus what women probably wouldn't give him a chance if he was a regular Kendrick. I feel like it holds you back more if you don't have all the extra curriculars.
Again, another short joke.
You know, because usually you could get around whatever thing would normally hold you back as a man if you have money, power, etc., talent. It cancels out. Like, you know, it could be your meat being small, you know, you being short. You know, you not looking good. Like, you can get around all of those things if you got the things that Kendrick got. So I don't think it's gonna mess with him. Like, oh my God, Drake's making fun of my height. Like, I don't think that's Kendrick. Like, he talk about my height. Like, nah, I don't think that's him. Like, to where it would actually be a sore spot. Now, maybe talk about him doing Whitney dirty. I feel like that would be something that make him like, oh, why you bringing that up, bro? Like, you know, I feel like that'd be something that probably bother him.
Even if this does get under Kendrick's skin a little bit, at this point, Drake is wasting valuable real estate.
Thank you. That's what I
and it's time to
said.
move on.
Because he didn't have nothing else to say. I'm telling y'all, let's say 25% to 30% of the bars Drake has for Kendrick is like short bars.
When Abel hit us with the serenade, niggas say, almost started reaching for my waist.
I still think that's a zesty bar. I don't care what he meant. You talking about a nigga singing and then you reaching for your waist sound crazy back to back.
It clowns the
That sound
Weeknd as
crazy.
he was one of the artists that took shots at Drake recently
That
and
still
has
sound
remained
wild
a
to me.
target. It's here where he sarcastically pretends to be afraid of the Weeknd, suggesting that he's reaching for his waist to get a pistol.
He's basically saying like, oh no, don't get the big bad Weeknd after me.
It's at this point.
Okay, it's crazy because it's like, to me, the Weeknd disses just don't hit once I know that he wrote half of your fan favorite album. It just don't hit for me. You just sound like a bitter S gang. You're mad because the Weeknd didn't sign with OVO. Like, let it go, gang. Let that shit die out. You were literally the Weeknd's biggest fan.
In a music
Come
video where the
on.
van gets crushed and Drake syncs this with the hook of the track. Now, the act of crushing this fan in particular is Drake's way of saying, I helped bring you into this thing and now I'm taking you out of it.
Right,
Good
right,
Kid,
okay.
Mad City is among one of the best hip-hop albums of all time. It certainly makes my list, and this is a pretty slick chess move from Drake.
As dramatic as it is, I think the crushing the van shit is dope. Like, it's a good visual. It feeds
What y'all think
into
about
what
the
Drake's
crushing the
trying to
van
do
thing?
on this record.
Y'all think it was
Something
fire?
else you'll notice about the hook is that this time Drake cuts
It don't
the
hit for me
track
'cause Meet the
off
Grams came
before
out.
he says PG and inserts 3 gunshots instead.
I was really trying to keep it.
So this whole time, he did
Okay.
want to keep this just to Kendrick, but now he's firing on everyone.
Stop playing around and take this shit seriously.
Can we like skip this part? Let's just skip this part because it's like, this is just wasted stuff, bro. It is just wasted space. He trying to pad his stats by talking about other people that's not the main subject. He did that in damn near every song. You're not slick. You're adding fluff. This is what my English teachers used to call adding fluff to your writing.
Niggas is a joke. I take it serious though.
And now we get to part 2, and this is really where Drake really starts to rap.
And he
Now-
really starts to rap, and most of it wasn't about Kendrick. That's what's blowing me.
As far as the visuals go for the second portion of the video, Drake showcases a Mercedes hearse from multiple angles. He shows off the exterior a few times and then focuses on the inside of the vehicle itself. You'll notice that the location of where the casket is usually secured is empty, and this is a visual that Drake focuses on. I believe the reason for an empty hearse is to symbolize that the Good Kid, Mad City van acted as the coffin for Kendrick. When the van is crushed, Kendrick is buried, and the empty hearse demonstrates that the job has been done.
Okay.
That is my best interpretation of it.
It's a
However,
decent
another
analysis.
layer comes into play when we look into the make and model of this hearse in particular. This
Okay.
took me a lot of digging, and I looked at more hearses than I would like to admit, but you can see that the Maybach model has the exact same interior.
All the other hearses I looked at do not look like this one. This is the Maybach hearse.
Drake's reason for using a Maybach hearse is impactful because when Kendrick first met Drake, this was the vehicle that he used to pick him up.
Okay.
Stand by when we need a black Maybach 40 pulled up Jeep, no doors.
So I feel like Drake is basically saying, I used a Maybach to pick you up. That was the start of our relationship and me helping you. I helped get you to Good Kid, Mad City. I helped you with Good Kid, Mad City.
Okay.
I'm crushing the van. I'm burying you. This is your funeral. And I did this with a Mercedes Maybach hearse.
So the vehicle I brought you in with is the vehicle I just took you out with, pretty much.
Okay.
It's here where Drake puts on a clinic, really sliding on this beat.
Drake shooters doing TikToks, nigga really.
But here's the thing though, like, how do people vibe out with this part when he not talking about Kendrick?
In your gang, that's peace, brother. Y'all ain't getting shit shot, nigga.
Picking up from where he left off, Drake starts out the verse with some more bars for The Weeknd and his crew. First, he makes a reference to The Weeknd's claims on a recent track called All to Myself. It's on this track where The Weeknd alludes to how one of Drake's OVO goons,
I'm not gonna lie, we
Baka Not
speeding this
Nice,
part up.
is posting on TikTok.
Hello. Good morning, bitch. How you doing today?
Drake claims that one of his former colleagues, P. Rain, is the brother of The Weeknd's best shooter, Gilla.
Drake is basically saying, like, I'm in good with your number one goon. He's friends of OVO. Like, you're not going to do shit to me.
Okay.
So it's here where Drake dishes out a triple entendre. First off, Drake continues to respond to the All To Myself
doesn't
track
Future have a
by
song
telling
called Stick Talk?
The Weeknd that he doesn't want to hear any threats coming from a singing artist. While Drake also sings, The Weeknd is primarily an R&B and pop artist.
That he wanted on his team, might I add.
Secondly, Drake also references Stick Talk, a track by Future, to imply that if The Weeknd's gonna collaborate with Future, he should leave this kind of talk to him. Last but not least, the line has a far deeper meaning as The Weeknd has a goon that goes by the name of Styx.
Goon.
And Styx is someone that's been mentioned by The Weeknd before. So I mean, he's clearly labeling Styx as one of his shooters, right?
So even coming back to the previous line about Gilla being the only real shooter in The Weeknd's crew, Drake is basically calling this Styx guy a joke, like he's not the guy that The Weeknd thinks he is.
So that right there is a triple entendre and a really good one.
Drake points out how The Weeknd is hardly ever in Toronto, and when he does visit, it's just like a typical tourist, stopping for a brief moment and leaving again. He also makes reference to a song by Selena Gomez, which is called Souvenir,
Ooh.
and this was someone that The
they
Weeknd
were
was in a
together.
relationship with. And
Did
the
it say he was
Souvenir
ready to give his liver for her or something like that?
record itself is actually written about The Weeknd.
So I hope at this point in the video, you could at least say
That's
that
deep,
for the people that claim that Drake can't be layered, like he definitely can be layered, and he has been layered for a very long time.
Now, it's hard to pinpoint exactly who Drake might be referencing, but I personally believe he's hinting at a woman named Just Tokyo. I first broke this connection in my push-ups breakdown, noting that she's been seen with both Drake and Future. Another potential hint that I notice is Drake's use of the word lip lock, which Future also used in his popular track, Thought It Was a Drought.
I just had some bitches and I made them lip lock.
For me, it was a clue because, you know, this was a big record for Future, and lip lock is also pretty specific.
So I believe that it's in this line where Drake seems to let Future know that he didn't even sleep with this woman, all he did was kiss her.
Okay.
So I believe this is also another triple, as first, he's saying that when it comes to beef, he hasn't even begun to retaliate or cook yet. Secondly, he's basically saying that beef gets him excited, and when it's time for war, he gets active. And lastly, following the previous line about kissing, he's implying that in his conflicts, he's notorious for sleeping with his rivals' women, and in this case, he's saying that he hasn't even stooped to that level yet, hence he hasn't let his dick drop.
And I know people think Drake is lame for smashing other people's girls for revenge, but if you really don't like someone, that's probably the best way you could get back at them. Like, a broken nose is going to heal, but a broken heart, that shit takes a lot longer. You're hitting them where it hurts.
So it's here where Drake really starts to turn up with his use of the N-word, truly combating Ross's claims of Drake being a white boy.
White boy, BBL Drizzy, I got a question.
Drake directly shoots down Ross's claims of him having a nose job.
And a whole bunch of celebrity plastic surgeons, they also debunked this.
I'm not really seeing anything obvious here, so I don't think that Drake is nose job Drizzy.
So it's in these words heard Rick drop where we get another double entendre where one, Ross dropped a diss track towards Drake called Champagne Moments, and two, Rick Ross has had several medical incidents such as seizures and rumored heart attacks where he did indeed drop.
So to me, this could also be a clever play on Ross's health issues.
Y'all think Drake clever enough to come up with that line?
Yes, sir.
About him dropping?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What y'all think, chat?
Yes, sir.
Done. Thank you for the sub. What's good, gang? W Papa down in the chat. How we feeling? W streamer Don, I ain't seen you streaming in a minute, gang. Wait, JJ, what does HN mean? What does that mean? I don't be knowing some of the slang these days. I don't be knowing some of the abbreviations.
Drake alludes to Rick Ross's use of Ozempic to help with weight loss and insinuates that he's jealous of Drake's success, which is honestly even more clever word.
Wait, Drake, Didn't you have a prescription for Ozempic too? Oh, hell nah. Don, thank you so much for the biddies. How we doing, Don? Say hey to YouTube. We're recording a video. Appreciate you as always. Yo, Don, we gotta get on some Fortnite, bruh. We gotta get on some Fortnite. What's up? What's up?
Third play.
Y'all make sure y'all go follow Don.
Linking to Drake's previous lines about getting active.
But y'all, like, Drake literally had an Ozempic prescription, though. We literally saw his name on the prescription. Do y'all remember that? It's on the Meet the Grams cover. It just don't hit. Oh, he didn't know. He didn't know Kendrick was going to release the... Kendrick knew he was going to... Kendrick probably knew about this part, too. Done. Thank you. Thank you for the biddies. Appreciate you, gang. How we doing, gang?
And like I said, he really starts to rap here because up next, we get multiple double entendres.
Put a nigga in the bars, let a nigga rock, kinda like your old job, nigga.
In the first couple words, Drake says, put a dude in the bars. And this has two meanings where one, he's physically rapping about...
Oh, yeah. I'll break this one down for y'all. I got this one. Rick Ross used to be a correctional officer, which is the people that works in the jails, and they arrest people and they put them behind the bars. Ha, yeah. I beat you to it. What's the dirt?
Ross and spitting bars about him. And two, he refers to Ross's former career as a correctional officer where he was literally responsible for surveilling other men behind bars.
So that's one double.
Next, Drake says, let a dude rot, which also has multiple meanings where one, it's a common phrase for inmates that do long bids that they rot in prison. Two, Drake is claiming that Ross's career will now rot, meaning he's about to fall off without Drake's help.
And I mean, Rick Ross already fell off. Let's keep it a buck. The last Rick Ross song I was bumping, I think I Big Meech. There you go. It worked. Hallelujah. There's probably that Maybach Music song. What's the last Rick Ross song y'all heard though?
And three, coming
or
up,
y'all actually like, because I did hear the Champagne Moment song too.
The line about jail bars, he's referring to the type of steel used for the bars, which is called wrought iron.
I got to give a thanks to my days in construction for helping me with that last one, but that line is crazy.
Wrought iron? Okay. Y'all think Drake's smart enough to know that line? Hold on. He give it... Let's hear him break it down again.
Used for the bars, which is called wrought iron.
I got to give a thanks to my days in construction for helping me with that last one, but that line is crazy. It is.
Wrought iron. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, where did he like connect it? Maybe I'm just
and three,
missing.
Coming off the line about jail bars, he's referring to the type of steel used for the bars, which is called wrought iron.
Oh, wrought. Wait, wrought bars? Do y'all think Drake knows what wrought iron is? I think a small few people know what that is. Nah, I don't think he. I think he's giving him that one. I'm gonna let it slide though.
He's referring to the type of steel used for the bars, which is called wrought iron.
I got to give a thanks to my days in construction for helping me with that last one, but that line is crazy. It is.
Drake continues to fire at Rick Ross here as they were clowning each other over real estate, and in this case, Drake seems to be referring to Ross's mansion in Georgia, essentially saying that it's in the middle of nowhere. Again, Drake continues to take shots.
Really? Everybody knows that. Let me just like chime in as a person that actually lived like 20 or 30 minutes away from where Rick Ross mansion is. Everybody knows who lives there. When it was Evander Holyfield's house, everyone knew that's Evander Holyfield's house. When Rick Ross bought it, everyone knows that's Rick Ross' house. Everybody knows. He might not be in in Buckhead, Atlanta, with all the other rich neighborhoods, but it is a huge part of land that literally takes up like a whole section of the damn road. Everybody knows where it's at. It just so happens to be in a more suburban type area of Metro Atlanta. So it's not, he talk about bitches gotta drive 2 hours just to get over there. Bro, it's literally like 30 minutes from the city of Atlanta. What are you talking about? Like, bro, let it go. Dude, you see how it looks like this? Y'all, on the other side of it, when you go to the front gate, it's a regular road. It's not in the middle of nowhere, gang. It's literally like in the middle of like, I don't know if it's technically in Clayton County or what, but y'all, it's literally an area that's by a regular like street and shopping centers and all that. Like, it's not in the middle of nowhere, bro.
To be referring to Ross's mansion in Georgia.
I rode by this house multiple times,
saying
bro.
that it's in the middle of nowhere.
Bitches gotta drive 2 hours for your pay 'em just to give a blowjob, nigga.
Again,
2 hours is crazy, especially when Drake be in Atlanta. It's 30 minutes from Atlanta, bro. It might be even less. It might be 25.
It continues to take shots at Ross by claiming that he's so out the way that women need to drive 2 hours just to get to him.
That's so funny.
And he's also insinuating that Ross has to pay in order to get women at all. Lastly, he frames it like Ross only pays for blowjobs, potentially hinting that he's too fat to even have sex.
Which tells me that Drake has probably been talking with some of the women that's connected to Ross.
Okay.
On social media, Ross seemed to claim that he had more money than Drake, and in response, Drake is essentially saying that Ross must be high.
Yeah, Rick Ross saying he got more money than Drake. I don't know. I can't count these dudes' pockets. I would assume Drake got more money.
Believe this, noting that his own record deal alone was worth $400 million.
And he's saying that now that's low.
Who's next on the list? Push one of my so-called niggas need a shelf and a clip.
So it's here where Drake leans into the 20v1 narrative, highlighting that everyone he's currently beefing with were once his friends, people he helped in various ways.
Really? I didn't think that's what he meant. When he said that part, I always thought he meant like when Kendrick on 616 in LA, I don't know, that came out before this, right? Yeah. On 616 in LA, Kendrick said that Drake had a mole. So I thought this line was him responding to potentially having a mole, right? Done. Thank you for the biddies. Hey, I appreciate you, gang. Chat, let me know what y'all think. 616 in LA came out before this, because it came out after Euphoria. And then this dropped, 616 came out in the morning, this came out at night. And then Meet the Grams dropped at night too. And Kendrick literally told him at 616, you got people that's on your salary that want you as a casualty, right? Am I tripping? I might have the timeline off, so y'all let me know. It's the timelines get blurry the further we get away from it, but I didn't think he was talking about the people he was dissing as his so-called niggas. I didn't get that line. I didn't see it that way.
And
I thought he was saying like which one of the people in his camp that's allegedly the mole or want him bad stuff to happen to him need the clip. That's what I always thought.
Like he's thinking, like
maybe
which
I'm
one
just
of these bums am I gonna fire on next?
Whoa, what's the dirt? Did you just call niggas bums? Did you just indirectly call niggas bums? I'm about to get this nigga canceled. I'm just playing. Some people don't understand humor or sarcasm, so I feel like I gotta say I'm just kidding.
And I saw that many people were saying that Drake should have just focused his diss solely on Kendrick Lamar instead of all these other artists, and I have to agree with this. It seems to me that Drake noticed the success of the Push-Ups track and how the 20v1 narrative really resonated with a lot of listeners, so he decided to continue with this approach.
Remember, in the beginning, people were like, holy shit, Drake is taking on everyone by himself. Like, he's not backing down.
Drake starts flexing, claiming ownership of Kendrick's
That's the only line he had in this whole song about Kendrick.
family van. He opens the latch and lines up all his enemies for a metaphorical drive-by. He claims that taking out his ops will be so satisfying that he'll laugh until tears run down his face.
what I have to say about this line. I said this before. Drake, how would you know? Because, you know, we're talking about boys got a little more pride. You're seeing it. Fruity, rainbow, coalition type shit. Okay. So, Drake, like, how would you know that The Weeknd's music getting played in the gay clubs? Like, you do be in Atlanta a lot. How would you know that? Like, it's never occurred to me, like, what songs is playing in a gay club. I'm just saying, like, and then, hold on, look, at the time when I heard this, I didn't know that Drake got half of his album of Take Care from The Weeknd. So if The Weeknd's music is getting played in places with a little more pride, which you're implying niggas are gay, and half of your album was written by The Weeknd, and you wanted to sign The Weeknd to OVO, and you were a big fan of The Weeknd, what is that like? I'm just trying to put it together. Like, what does that say about you though? Like, if you was fanned out over The Weeknd, wanted to sign him, and he wrote your music, what is that like? I'm just like trying to put it together. Like, using his logic, I never said. Look, I don't think the Weeknd. I think, on the contrary, The Weeknd's music appeals to a lot of women. Women love the stuff he talk about. Like, it's never crossed my mind, oh, The Weeknd makes music for gay people. Like, and it's not like a slight against the community, but I'm just saying it's never crossed my mind like, oh, like The Weeknd music getting played in gay bars and strip clubs. Like, it's never crossed my mind. I'm like, oh yeah, The Weeknd is like a sex symbol and women are lining up to give it up to him. Like, that's what The Weeknd's music makes me think. But I don't know, like, there's actually people whose music does seem like, oh yeah, this would appeal to like this community, but The Weeknd has never been one of those artists in my mind. But maybe Drake knows better than us. Maybe he actually been out there in the field or something.
Drake then turns his attention to The Weeknd and insinuates that his music is being played in places of the LGBT community.
That's why all your friends dip into Atlanta paying just to find a tour guide.
So again,
that's why all your friends dip into Atlanta when you're literally always in Atlanta too, Drake. Like,
again, following with the theme here, Atlanta is ranked as one of the gayest cities in America, and Drake claims that the XO crew are frequent flyers.
Hey, go run your fucking bread, need to buy some more chains for some more guys. Let me find another street nigga I can take to the game courtside.
It's here where Drake is speaking from the perspective of The Weeknd's manager Cash, framing the situation like Cash is asking The Weeknd for more money so that he can spend it on lavish items for other men. I found many examples of him doing this where he's bought chains for people like Travis Scott.
Didn't Drake buy a whole Ferrari or some type of fancy sports car for 21 Savage? And don't rappers have a habit of buying expensive gifts for each other and other like celebrities and shit? Like, that's not as crazy as he trying to make it seem. Like, rappers hand out chains and stuff for, like, especially with their brand and label, they hand that out to other rappers all the time. I'm just saying.
Playboy Cardi, Lil Wayne, Ken
Just
Carson,
saying.
Gunna, Post Malone, Future, Metro, Young Thug, French Montana, and while I couldn't find any examples...
What does this mean? Chains are a part of hip-hop culture. I don't... Lil Wayne literally bought Drake a chain when he first came up. What is he talking about? I get the angle he's trying to have, but it's like when it's a custom of the culture to buy chains for other people or wear chains or people you associate with to have chains or jewelry from you, that's not a crazy take. Especially when Drake has done it himself and bought even more expensive gifts for people than chains.
...of him courtside with other
I'm not
rappers.
seeing the angle, gang.
I'm sure Drake also said this for a reason.
He's pretty much doubling down on what he said on push-ups.
Cash flowing, able bread out here tricking. Shit we do for bitches, he doing for niggas.
I think push-ups is underrated. Like, I listen to that record still all the time.
Let me get a used Ferrari for a rapper, take the nigga on a horse ride.
Oh, do y'all want to see this? 21 Savage says Drake bought him a Ferrari for his 24th birthday. So is it really crazy that Cash is buying chains for niggas when you could probably combine all the chains together that dude bought and it would still be cheaper than this Ferrari? I'm just going off what Drake said. Look, I don't think it's inherently a problem to buy gifts for your friends. I don't think it's a problem. But I guess that makes niggas gay now? Like, what?
Drake continues to rap from Cash's perspective, explaining to The Weeknd that he needs money to purchase sports cars for other men.
He specifically mentions a Ferrari, famous for its horse logo, implying that Cash is giving other rappers a horse ride. It is a pretty clever line, as Ferraris are typically two-seater cars, while horse rides are often seen as a romantic activity for couples. And I couldn't find any examples of him buying cars for other rappers, but Drake probably knows something that we don't.
Oh wait, so while you were doing your research, what's the dirt? You didn't find like the same article that I found, ironically enough, with Drake literally buying a nigga a Ferrari? I'm just saying, bro. For a nigga that does his research, it's kind of crazy to me that that didn't come up in regards to this line. It's just kind of ironic that I didn't even realize Drake mentioned a Ferrari in that line. I literally didn't even realize that, but that just makes this even more hilarious. I'm sorry. This is hilarious.
This line is a direct diss aimed at The Weeknd, who owns the XO record label, positioning him as the boss. Drake accuses Cash and The Weeknd's crew of doing everything possible to conceal the fact that The Weeknd is a closeted drug user and homosexual. Drake refers to him as a punk, which is jail slang for being gay, and reinforces this with the term sissy, another word associated with homosexuality.
Okay, but he wasn't all that when you wanted him signed on your label and when he was writing songs for you. Okay, bet. Ain't that crazy how Drake ended up saying this about somebody for singing when people said that about him when he first came out? Other turntables.
Finally, he points out that The Weeknd is from the North Side, referencing Toronto's location in North America.
When it comes to XO, Cash and Sal are from the Middle East somewhere, so he's making it clear he's talking about The Weeknd, the boss, the guy from the North Side.
It's here where Drake fires at ASAP Rocky, whose real name is Rakim, as Rocky dissed Drake on Future's track Show of Hands, where he flexed on Drake for sleeping with his baby mama, Sophie.
I smashed before you birth, son. Flacco hit it first, son.
I don't know why ASAP thought this was a good angle, because he really walked into this one.
Drake really flips this narrative on its head, as he has a long...
Yeah, ASAP Rocky's not very good at doing disses. He tried to diss him in the last song too, it didn't work.
...history of dating Rocky's wife, Rihanna.
It was trash.
Rocky is then asked to do the math to determine who Drake was sleeping with at that time, and while we do know that Rocky dated Sophie at one point, there are no concrete dates for us to base this on, but it's obvious Drake was sleeping with Rihanna at this time.
So again, like, Rocky set Drake up for a slam dunk rebuttal here.
And I honestly feel like Drake is dropping another clue here with the word math, as this is a subject that Rihanna is academically gifted in, even
Rihanna is a secret math teacher?
Choosing to teach it in places like Africa.
Oh, really?
Time with students at a local school. She helped them.
Oh, really?
He's pretty much saying, look, Rocky, if you can't figure out the math, bro, just go see the tutor. She'll fill you in.
Damn.
Something else I noticed is that Drake calls Rocky, Metro Boomin, and The Weeknd by their first names, and I see this as more of a slight to Rocky, where he's more or less saying, none of you guys are rappers to me.
I ain't even know you rap still, cause they only talking about your fit again.
Drake trolls ASAP Rocky for focusing more on the fashion industry than releasing music. This could also...
I forgot he was a rapper too.
...be in reference to how over the last few years, Rocky has publicized far more for his fashion than for his music.
It was a while back that Joe Budden said the exact same thing.
When the fuck was nigga talking about ASAP Rocky?
So Drake echoes the same sentiment here, claiming that nobody talks about Rocky's music. All you ever hear about is the fashion.
Probably gotta have a kid again before you think of dropping any shit again.
Furthermore, Rocky hasn't dropped an album since 2018.
Oh, really?
And in the span, he had 2 children, one in 2022 and another in 2023.
Damn, Drake, you keeping
there's a better
up.
chance of ASAP having another kid than putting out music.
Damn, probably gotta have a kid again before you think about... Oh, wow.
That anyone cares about.
It's crazy I got more bars for them than the Kendrick. Where the Kendrick bars at? Where the Kendrick bars?
Even when you do drop, they gon' say you should've modeled cause it's mid again.
Drake claims that when ASAP Rocky
Hey,
does
I will
drop
say
an album,
I'm not the biggest fan of ASAP Rocky's music.
It's gonna be lackluster.
I don't hate
and
it,
it's
but
here where he takes shots at Rocky's 2018 album Testing. While the album did have mixed reviews, it was his lowest selling album, and Drake states that the next album did have mixed reviews. It was his lowest selling album.
It debuted at number 4? Oh, that's pretty good. Wait a minute. Number 4 debut and sold 75,000 for... Look, no disrespect to Rocky, but for artists like ASAP Rocky, that's really good. That is really good numbers. Be honest, who's checking for ASAP Rocky? I'm low-key surprised it charted this high.
Album, and Drake states that the next album won't be any different and that the people will say that he should have just modeled.
Smoking 50 body should have put you on the first one trying to get it in.
Drake continues firing on Rocky, claiming that he's smoking Fenty, which is short for the drug
Fentanyl.
fentanyl, but also the name of Rihanna's beauty line. It's here where Drake also mentions Rocky's claims on Future and Metro's Show of Hands.
What'd he say?
Where Rocky basically said, if you guys were dissing Drake, you should have called me earlier. You know I'm down.
Pluto, Metro should have put me on the first one.
Metro and Future had 2 albums back to back dissing Drake, but Rocky was only on the second one. So he's basically saying, you should have just called me the first time. I would have been down.
Dang, I should have put it in 1.25 speed from the beginning.
Drake brings up his nickname for Rihanna, Fring, which is related to the TV show Breaking Bad, as she was a fan of the show, and Gustavo Fring was her favorite character.
By bringing up the nickname, too, that's pretty petty, because he's reminding ASAP, I got an intimate past with your wife, right?
She'll even tell you leave the boy alone before you get your head split again.
He then mentions that even Rihanna herself will tell Rocky to leave Drake alone before he gets his head split again.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I was Rihanna. I telling you, leave him alone too, because you ain't really the best at dissing. You really not the best at doing this, so you probably should leave him alone.
Pretty much saying Rihanna even knows that Drake is a way better rapper. She's gonna tell Rocky, look, bro, like you don't want to go at Drake anymore. He just
Drake and his writers are better rappers than ASAP Rocky by himself. That's true. Now, if ASAP Rocky had some writers, he might be able to go toe to toe.
You want Family Matters, you should probably leave him alone.
However, the line about getting his head split has some very clever wordplay, as not only did Rocky suffer a head injury, but on Breaking Bad, the character Fring had an accident where he lost half of his face.
It really is high-level writing, and maybe he should have stuck to Kendrick, but you cannot deny that he really
I'm not giving him no credit. I'm not giving him no credit. No, you can't try to pad your stats and be like, oh, well, he's doing good. It's not about them. It's about Kendrick. Nope, this don't count. He just doing all this for filler. It don't count, bro.
Now, Drake seems to take it light on Future.
You see, he's still a fanboy of Future. And didn't Future say you was hating, but you was his #1 fan? He did say, I could never be no one #1 fan. But you see how he had all that to say about everybody else except Future.
In this beef, more or less saying that they don't really have any major issues.
Lean away your fucking lane, so I know you had to be an influence.
Drake name drops Metro Boomin and claims that he's the likely cause of the issues between Drake and Future.
These niggas had a plan.
No, how about there was like multiple instances where there was issues with Drake and Future. I think first one, y'all let me know, I forgot the song, but there was the first collab Drake and Future ever had. Future said that Drake didn't show up for the video shoot, which he thought was very disrespectful. Second, now there could be some women stuff in there. Second issue that's actually on the record, when Future was supposed to be on tour with Drake, and I think Drake like did something where there was like a dispute. I can look it up for y'all. Future sues Drake tour. There's some, I read about it. Okay, here it goes. I think he got kicked off the tour or something. Future set to sue Drake over lost wages. Let's just do 5. This was back in the day. And then of course the most recent claims is allegedly Drake and Future were supposed to do another collab album like What a Time to Be Alive, but Drake ended up doing it with 21 Savage instead. And apparently they feel like that was supposed to, that messed up a lot of financial things, like, you know, albums coming out, potential tours they could have did off of that. And Future said this about Drake too. Yeah, Drake didn't like that Future said this. Someone asked him a question, but they didn't put the question out. But he said, Drake made an album that is full of hits, but it doesn't grab you. They're not possessive. They don't make you feel the way I do. Drake didn't like that, and I think he got kicked off the tour or something. Wait, he said it was taken out of context. Drake, who was reportedly on bad terms with Future back in 2012 after failing to show up at the shoot for the auto-tuned Tony Montana video. Future was reportedly fired, then brought back only to pull out of the tour. Ciara's significant other, dang, they bring Ciara in it, filing a lawsuit against Drake. But yeah, that's one other one I can give you that's on the record. So to say that him and Future didn't have no like issues, that's just like factually inaccurate. Just not true.
Drake claims that he didn't pay much attention to the 2 albums that Metro and Future released that were filled with disses aimed at him, describing them as mediocre and only skimming through it.
Well, they were
He then
mid.
makes a clever wordplay involving Kim Kardashian, who owns the clothing brand Skims, referencing how she promoted Kanye's Donda album with the sound muted. Fans quickly caught on to the subtle jab.
Ah, that's funny. That's funny. No way Kim put... Oh, that's funny as hell. I didn't know that. She posted a screenshot of Kanye's album and it was muted.
Kanye's Donda
Ain't
album
no way.
with the sound muted.
Chat. No, the volume was all the way down.
Fans quickly caught
That's
on to the
funny.
subtle jab, likely directed at Kanye, who had appeared on a remix of the
funny.
Like That record.
Me and Savage had a whole dripping wedding shows, almost had to swim to it.
Coming off the last line about Kim Kardashian, Drake appears to mention her again here, referencing a video that surfaced
she did
of his
come
It's
to
a
the
Blur
show.
tour, where Kim looks very happy to see him, and Drake seemingly ignores her. By Drake claiming that him and Savage had all the hoes dripping wet at their shows, he could be referencing Kim's behavior in this very moment.
I'm pretty sure he slept with her before, but he could have piped her down that night. Who knows?
Oh, Lord. Meat watching is crazy.
So a lot of people seem to take this line as if Drake was saying that Baby Keem was physically writing for Kendrick, but I don't think that's what he means. If you look at Kendrick's album, Mr. Morale, Baby Keem is listed as a writer on N95, Die Hard, and Savior, and these were some of the standout tracks.
And some of that credit, I think, was just for ad-libs.
Then we got tracks like Range Brothers and Family Ties, which were truly in heavy rotation, and more in line with something that Drake would probably consider to be hit-worthy music.
I've argued that Kendrick's verse on the Like That record was some of the best rapping that we got in the entire beef, and that record was #1, and so was Not Like Us.
Ross calling me the white boy, and that shit kinda got a ring to it. Cause all these rappers waving white flags while the whole fucking club sing to it.
Rick Ross had...
That never happened. That bar didn't age well because the clubs was not singing to your music, my boy.
referred to Drake as a white boy on countless occasions, and it's here where Drake seems to be
White
predicting
boy.
the outcome of the war,
White
assuming that
boy,
after
big
Family Matters,
nose.
all of his enemies would bow out of the race.
You know, I do like the line, but again, like, this just proves that Family Matters was the one. This was the one that people were supposed to be singing in the club. This was supposed to embarrass everyone.
It's here where Drake has a religious reference, which is a good indication that this is directed at Kendrick. He claims that Family Matters will be the death of Kendrick, and that he's so petty, he'll show up to the candlelight vigil.
That line was funny. That line was funny. It's crazy how his best lines and bars was not directed towards Kendrick. Sorry, Drake, these bars don't count. They're funny and entertaining, but they don't count, gang.
Rick Ross's former job as a CEO. He claims that he's got bodies dropping left, right, and center, all while Ross reads him his Miranda rights.
You know, when the police tell you, you know, you got the right to remain silent, get a lawyer, yada yada. He's claiming that Rick Ross is doing that part.
I'm going on vacation, I hope next time y'all plan it right.
Drake claims that now that he's addressed all the other rappers who have been dissing him, he's now finally ready to take a break. Now, obviously,
And
as
that
it stands
didn't
right
happen.
now, some of these lines did not age very well.
And what's crazy, even after the beef with Kendrick, he still didn't take a break. He's still been releasing songs.
But he definitely cooked A$AP Rocky, The Weeknd, and his crew, and Rick Ross in this verse.
Drake really is rapping on that verse. He's locked in. He's
Unfortunate.
sliding on the beat.
Unfortunate,
real
it
smooth.
doesn't
I don't know how
count.
anyone could really deny that he really is rapping in this verse.
It don't
It's
count.
at this point where we get to the third beat of the track, and the visuals
This is the best part of the song.
change to a shot of the new Ho King restaurant, which was mentioned by Kendrick in Euphoria.
It's wild how much business this place got just because Kendrick mentioned it.
Next, we see a Toronto-based
They
rapper
made a whole special. They added a whole item to the menu for
that we
Kendrick.
haven't seen with Drake too often on camera, and he goes by the name of TV Gucci. A friend of mine, Ricky from the We Love Hip Hop Network, recently interviewed this guy, and here's all that he would say.
Basically, I don't involve myself in politics. So the question you're asking, G, is like a politic question. You know what I mean? Like, I can say something positive or negative, and it can be somebody will take it into their own way. So me personally, G, I come from the streets, man. We don't talk about beef, fam.
So you from
Next, they begin to
Toronto?
walk into the restaurant, and on the left-hand side, a quick shot of what looks like Jeremiah, Drake's right-hand man next to Chubbs. The scene then shows TV Gucci approaching both Drake and Chubbs, who are seated
Yo, Recon, what's good, man?
inside the restaurant, having a conversation around some food.
Interestingly enough, after this restaurant was mentioned by Kendrick on Euphoria, they created a Kendrick Lamar special.
That's what I was talking
and
about.
it appears that Drake has ordered that meal as all the items appear on the table, with the exception of the beef and broccoli.
I heard there's a Kendrick Lamar special. Is that true? Yeah, no problem. I got it. No problem? All right, I'm excited, man.
Was the new Ho King House special fried rice. Order this was this deep fried shrimp dish. Order this, their spicy chicken. So this beef broccoli definitely came hot off the wok.
Now, I can only speculate, but I feel that this may have been intentional, as the
I'm
camera
glad to hear you're
clearly
doing
pans
good
over
recon.
the food, and the absence of the beef portion of the meal
no
could
beef.
indicate that it's here where the beef ends. A number of empty plates are shown, meaning that they did eat something, whereas the other dishes look untouched. It really reminded me of what Drake said to Meek. He served me up a cheesesteak. I gave him back a clean plate. Like, there's clean plates on the table. The beef is done.
Okay.
Drake then comes with
That's so ironic because literally, like, it's like he's spoken into existence. He's 1000% gonna get a Grammy for Not Like Us. And it's like Drake just like manifested it.
Line that made a lot of people laugh.
He just didn't know
Kendrick
it.
has definitely had massive success when it comes to the Grammys, but I believe this line is deeper than how most people see it.
Okay.
Who could
Let's
forget
see
the
it.
2014 Grammy Awards when Macklemore won Best Rap Album over Kendrick?
Okay.
This result caused an absolute uproar and created a big headache for the Grammys. And it seems like ever since
connect
this
it for
mistake
me.
happened, the Grammys are quick to award Kendrick every single time he's mentioned. The Grammys have
Or
been
maybe
accused-
like his albums are just that good. Like the Grammys suck. They're also the scammies and don't get a lot of things right. But I will say like Kendrick Lamar is one of the few artists that has rightfully won all the awards he should have won, except the one Macklemore got.
Used of racial bias for many years now, and Drake could be saying that Kendrick getting a Grammy is pretty much like a participation award. He doesn't deserve it, but they're afraid of not giving
I mean,
it
come on, guys. Do we genuinely believe Kendrick doesn't deserve the Grammys? Like, come on.
to him. I could see an
Come
argument for what
on.
Drake is saying. Like, I went through all the Grammys that he's won. Most of them, to me, were deserved. Many are subjective, and then there are some where I felt like he shouldn't have won.
Okay, like which ones?
Drake appears to make reference to Kendrick's track Auntie Diaries from Mr. Morale, as it's on this track where he reveals that his aunt transitioned to be his uncle. It's here where Drake dishes out a petty line, insinuating that Kendrick's transitioned uncle is more of a man than him. Look, I got no smoke with the trans community, but that's funny. As far as the visuals, is during the bar about the uncle where Drake looks into the camera with a big smile. You'll also notice that Drake is wearing the same FUBU shirt as well as the G-Unit chain that was shown at the beginning of the track.
West Coast niggas do phase, right? Come get this ass whooping, I'm handing them out.
Drake doesn't seem to view Kendrick as being a tough guy at all. Keep in mind, Drake definitely does tower over Kendrick, and he seems entirely open to shooting the fade, meaning to fight in West Coast slang.
You wanna take over for real? Then come get his legacy out of my house.
So in Euphoria, Kendrick mentioned how he was more than happy to defend Pharrell, and when Drake says to come get his legacy out of his house, he really isn't joking here. Drake purchased a bunch of Pharrell's custom jewelry from an auction, and these are literally some of the most iconic pieces of jewelry in the history of the music business. If you don't believe me, this is how the auction site described the chains. One of the most historic pieces of contemporary jewelry that represents an incomparable artist at an incomparable time.
Wait, why was his stuff getting auctioned out? Was he broke?
With incomparable creativity. And at one point, Drake read those exact same words.
Why did they get
and he
auctioned
bought it
out?
all. So these pieces are absolutely iconic in the hip-hop world, and Drake first showcased them in his Jumbotron music video. This is likely how Pharrell discovered that it was Drake who purchased these items.
It's like a different era. It's the end of that era for me.
Look at this.
Okay, that's why he got rid of it.
This is the symbol for BBC.
And this whole thing, you know, all this beautiful items, this piece of jewelry.
Seeing
so
this
like-
man in the suit wear it looks
brand
crazy.
new. This is museum pieces. This is museum jewelry. This should really be in museum.
I mean, the man who made the jewelry himself, Jacob the jeweler, is saying exactly what Drake is saying.
Okay.
This is literally Pharrell's legacy.
Right,
It's definitely petty and maybe even a bit childish, but if I had the money and it was my ops, I'd probably do the same thing. Like, fuck that guy, this is mine now. And I saw that a lot of people were quick to accuse Drake of lying about melting the chains.
I melt down the chains that I bought from your boss, give a fuck about all of that heritage shit.
When he says this, he's
Wait,
just
what
messing
chains
with
was
him,
he
right?
talking
Like,
about?
Making him think, like, do you really think he would do that? Melt down the chains? Drake's like, oh, that old junk? Yeah, I melted that down, man. That's just junk. It's in these lines where Drake is really taunting Pusha T, as Pharrell was instrumental in his...
Oh, okay. I was wondering. I was like, wait, whose boss was okay.
Very existence to the
I was
music
confused.
business. It's for this reason that I personally believe that the true reason for Drake purchasing these pieces was really
just to
to
mess with-
antagonize Pusha.
Man, I love you, bro.
Do y'all think Pusha T really cared about that though?
Everything.
I don't think so. He literally like gave Drake his first rap battle L. I struggle to feel like Pusha T really cared about that.
You brought me in this game. You taught me everything.
It's in this clip where Pusha clearly states that Pharrell is the reason why he even has a career, and literally 4 months later, Drake purchased all the items from the auction.
That's some good
Pharrell
context.
is even the person that gave Pusha T his name.
Oh, really?
You know what? Pharrell actually named me Pusha.
Pharrell did?
Yeah.
So to me, I think this has more to do with why Drake bought these chains in the first place. Not really to get at Pharrell, but more probably to get at Pusha.
As far as the visuals go, we now see a man wearing Pharrell's most iconic pieces.
Is that Johnny
and a common
Dang?
misconception here was that the man was the owner of New Ho King, but he's actually a long-standing member of OVO.
Oh.
He goes by the name of OVO.
My fault, but oh, is that racist? That I thought it was Johnny Dang? Hold on, chat. Y'all gotta understand why I said that. Y'all gotta see what Johnny Dang looked like. Hold on. See, now I sound crazy. It's the way he had the... Come on, y'all. Can y'all see why I thought this was Johnny Dang? Can y'all like... Cause Johnny Dang always got hella chains on, so when I'm seeing the chains around now, I'm like, well, dang. There's only about one Asian dude I seen with all them chains. Okay, he look a little older than Johnny Dang. But Johnny Dang be getting everybody right. Dang, Johnny Dang been around since then? Sheesh. The king of the ice.
Actually a long-standing member of OVO. He goes by the name of OVO Juju, and it's believed that he is Drake's road manager.
I'm not 100% sure what this guy does, but he's been around for a long time. He is part of OVO.
What's extremely interesting about this, and something that nobody's seen to notice, is that Juju is wearing a lot more jewelry than what was featured in the Jumbotron video.
I didn't notice that. I didn't know what it was,
here
though.
Where Drake exposes that he bought even more items, but this time they don't belong to Pharrell. These items are actually Nigo's, who created the Ice Cream and Billionaire Boys companies with Pharrell. It was 1 year
and they got beef with each other, too, from what I heard.
After Pharrell's auction, that Nigo also had an auction for a bunch of his items, and it's in the Family Matters video where Drake reveals that he bought even more iconic pieces. As you can see, Drake purchased Nigo's Ice Cream logo chain, the Running Dog chain, and the Billionaire Boys Club astronaut head.
These are literally the characters that represent Pharrell and Nigo's companies, and it's in this video where he reveals, I bought this shit too.
Finally, one more thing worth mentioning is that you'll see that both Drake and Juju flex the chain.
Real colonizer shit,
by holding it up by their thumbs, which is exactly how
he's
Pharrell
like, I'm even more of a colonizer than you thought I was, huh? Yeah, that's Drake. All right, bestie, go.
Case these chains many times before.
Hope you get some good
So
rest.
as obscure as some of
He's
these
a
details might be,
cosplayer.
a lot of people do look past this shit.
Drake, you could buy as many relics as you want. It don't change the fact that you are an outsider of the culture and you have studied it and you still don't got it right. You can buy as much of it as you want. It don't replace the fact that you didn't grow up in the culture. You grew up as an observer of the culture and studying the culture, but you still miss some key parts. Like I say, it always goes back to that control verse.
And that's what I tend to focus on in my videos. Like, these things still do have meaning.
It's here where Drake accuses Kendrick of hitting up Tupac's estate to sue him for the tailor-made freestyle. And I don't believe this for 1 second. Tupac's estate actually mentioned Kendrick as being a very respected friend, and a lot of people were upset with Drake when he did this Tupac gimmick.
Oh, I was.
Now,
and no, he did not. It's just someone on your team should have had the, I guess, like the business sense or like the legal wherewithal to tell you, hey, if you use someone's likeness, especially like Tupac, whose likeness is very valuable, without consent, you're probably gonna get sued or something of the sort. Someone should have been able to tell him that.
Kendrick being a respected friend means maybe they would sue him if he asked, but I just don't buy it.
As far as the visuals, we do see a photo of Drake and his son Adonis, which depicts a loving relationship between the two.
That don't mean
the
nothing.
Title of the track, Family Matters.
And by all accounts, and I don't think we have any reason to really believe otherwise, Drake does seem to be a great dad to his kid.
Next in the video,
great. I mean, did y'all see the video of like Drake sipping lean with Adonis right there in the booster seat next to him though? Yeah.
Tupac's ring, which Drake did purchase for $1 million.
You can make arguments that There's questionable things about Kendrick and Drake as fathers, truthfully. I mean, Kendrick with the infidelity and Drake with the drugs and the women and the underage girls and the, being fake and all. I mean, I'm just going off the things that I can see myself with Drake. Trying to throw y'all a bone with Kendrick.
Mysterious letter that is written in Spanish. As you can see, the letter clearly has the infamous signature of Pablo Escobar, and although some of the writing is blocked out, I was able to find this exact letter online when it was available for purchase. It appears that Drake was able to obtain a very rare artifact here, as this lot in particular was for a book that
he
Escobar
just be collecting all types of
published while in
stuff.
prison. It's estimated that around 10 of these books are in existence, and just to show you guys that I found the correct item, you can see they're a mirror image of one another. A lot of fans speculated about the Spanish writing as some of it's blocked out, but it was translated on the auction website as saying, "With much appreciation for a great friend, very serious, very honest, and very brave, signed Pablo Escobar with his fingerprint." What's interesting about this book itself is it really showcases just how powerful Pablo was, as it's within these pages where he mocks law enforcement and political leaders.
So even when he was in jail, he was so powerful that they couldn't stop him from publishing a book that mocked the police and, mocked politicians. He did whatever he wanted.
Most of the copies of this book were burned when Escobar escaped from prison, so it is pretty amazing that Drake got his hands on one of these. Now, when it comes to the symbolism of what this could mean in the Family Matters video, I can only guess at this, but Escobar lived by a specific set of family values. He went to great lengths to ensure that his family was protected and that they were able to live a life of luxury.
Wasn't there
However,
that,
at the same time, he was extremely...
Wasn't there that story of, Pablo Escobar, burning money for his daughter to, make sure she stayed warm when they were, hiding out or something?
Powerful and ruthless when it came to how he handled his business and his enemies. Similar to Drake, many of Escobar's allies and friends would eventually turn against him.
So this really could be a powerful statement from Drake on a track titled Family Matters, given the theme of the record and then the fact that there are some parallels in their situations.
I'm losing perspective on boy, when it's beat and I kill you for fun.
Drake suggests that the beef is becoming less significant to him and almost trivial. On the Push-Ups track, Drake sampled Biggie's iconic record, What's Beef, where Biggie defines beef as more than just a disagreement. It's a life-threatening conflict that extends beyond music into the real world. Drake seems to share Biggie's perspective, but in this situation, he doesn't view Kendrick as a street dude or see him as someone that's willing to take it there.
So this battle in Drake's eyes, there's no stress. There's no tension. To him, this doesn't even seem like beef.
Next, we see one of the funniest shots in the video where Drake has two cakes decorated, one saying happy co-parenting and the other saying happy divorce.
Dead.
As I explained earlier, I have a hunch that Drake is bang on with the co-parenting angle. However, Kendrick and Whitney were never married, so this divorce cake could simply be symbolizing the relationship failed due to Kendrick's misdeeds.
Right.
Drake makes a reference to Kendrick's...
Wait, why he... Wait, Sunday and Wayne. Wait a minute. Did he low-key just diss Lil Wayne with that line?
Track Duckworth. And if we're going to talk about storytelling in music, not just hip-hop,
that's a great song.
This has to be one of the best storytelling tracks of all time.
Yeah. Your dad was working at KFC.
Yep.
Top Dog went in to rob KFC. Is this right? Because you've written songs about this.
Yeah.
Drake draws a powerful parallel in this line, implying that while Top Dog may not have literally robbed Kendrick's father, he did exploit him, and Drake suggests that Top Dog has done the same thing to Kendrick, hence the phrase, like father, like son.
And I don't want to hear anybody say that, oh, you don't understand Duckworth, bro. You just don't get it.
No,
Kendrick's
he
dad
literally
was
said
getting exploited by Top Dog. He was afraid of him. It's no different than what the mob was doing back in the day. The mob was getting free bread and free meat, free whatever they wanted because they were feared. The locals were afraid of them, and it's no different here. It's the same exact thing.
Drake also cleverly references the relationship between Birdman and Wayne, a father and son dynamic that ultimately soured, leading Wayne to sue Birdman over money he believed he was owed.
So it is a pretty hard line, especially coming off Push-Ups.
Wait, Drake is low-key dissing himself because he not only took money from Wayne, but he took money from Nicki and Drake too. Oh my God, I didn't even think about that line too much, but Drake, that was kind of a self-own, bro. Because he stole money from all of y'all at Young Money Gang.
He accused TDE of extorting Kendrick for 50%.
Y'all got extorted too.
Drake claims that when Kendrick was signed to TDE, Anthony Top Dog was the one that was calling all the shots when it came to business. It's here where he insinuates that Kendrick is absolutely clueless when it comes to business, because it's likely that the creative direction and production of Mr. Morale were driven by Kendrick and his team at PG Lang, and under this direction, the album was the worst-selling project to date. TDE seemingly had limited...
295,000 albums is the floor, guys. 295,000 albums first week is horrible, guys.
Involvement in...
If that's horrible, a lot of artists can't even get half of horrible or a quarter of horrible.
This album, since it was widely known that this was his last project with them. Drake drives this home even further by making a reference to an artist named Deval Kojo Timothy, who was credited as a producer on 4 of Kendrick's songs from Mr. Morale, and it's here where Drake is saying that without Top Dawg, Kendrick is getting ripped off because he doesn't know what he's doing. Drake claims that he got charged double for production on an album that didn't even sell well.
Now, I don't know where Drake got this Kojo info or even if it's true, but I do still like the angle he took. He's basically saying that without TDE, Kendrick's lost. He doesn't know what he's doing, and then he backs that up with the fact that Mr. Morale didn't perform well.
However, this line could be a double entendre, as Anthony is not just the name of Top Dawg, but Kendrick's manager as well, and rumors have sparked up that there's potential Kendrick was using bots.
And I gotta be honest, I did not look into any of these bot allegations or any of that, so leave it in the comments, fill me in.
Drake insinuates that the people close to Kendrick are shook because they know Drake has some damaging secrets, but at the same time, they're pretending to be confident in front of Kendrick.
So it didn't age very well, but again, this is how much stock Drake put into this information.
Next, visually, we see a studio, and I did look this up, and it's safe to say that this is indeed Drake's home studio. You'll also notice that a bra is hanging directly to the right of the camera.
You degenerate.
And it's hard to say who this belongs to.
He got
Drake
a whole
is known
collection.
for getting plenty of bras thrown at him while on tour, but you can best believe that this is there for a good reason. It's likely related to a girl connected to any one of these rappers that he's dissing.
I mean, without more context, it's pretty much impossible to find out who owns this thing, but I guarantee it is there for a reason.
You tell me what I shouldn't say, but fucking my nigga, it's already done.
Drake refers to Kendrick's threats on Euphoria when he told Drake not to take things further, and just like I said earlier, this was something that Kendrick clearly felt he needed to get in front of.
We already know it's a 20v1, we already know why you went #1, it's clearly because of the boy.
Drake is quick to remind everyone that he's up against a lot of people in this war, and he's quick to take credit for helping Kendrick go #1 with the Like That record, and no matter how you want to spin this thing, Drake has a very valid point. Kendrick's last album didn't have a single #1 on the Billboard Hot 100. In fact, the last time he had a #1 was nearly 8 years ago with Humble. It wasn't until 2020.
But like, here's the problem with I feel like using this album like as any type of indicator of anything. Damn was probably his most commercial album, right? But like, Mr. Morale wasn't an album that was made to like, oh my God, let's get these numbers. It's the type of album where you can tell before you put it out that it's not going to get crazy numbers compared to other albums because of how deep it is. And that's what I respect even more, because Drake is scared to do something like that. He's scared to put out something that he doesn't have like a guarantee or he's not sure is going to get the numbers. He only cares about numbers. So of course that's the angle he's going to take.
That he secured 2 #1 records.
When does Drake put out anything like remotely conceptual, deep, or anything like that?
With Like That and Not Like Us. So at the end of the day, out of the 4 #1s that Kendrick has, 2 of them are dissing Drake.
So whether you like it or not, it's a fact. Those records wouldn't have went #1 without the element of dissing Drake. They wouldn't have.
Right about for the big 3. It's only Big D in this video proof.
Drake responds to Kendrick's claims on the Like That record when he said this.
Motherfuck the big 3, nigga, it's just big me, nigga.
So Drake is repositioning the placement again by claiming that it's only Big D, and this acts as a double entendre where 1, Big D is obviously short for Big Drake, and 2, he says there's video proof because a video leaked of Drake showing his...
I'm not explaining this one, you guys. If you know, you know.
And we can't forget that this line is obviously another shot at J. Cole as well, as Drake again counts him out.
I mean, if you ask me, it seems like Drake does not mess with Cole anymore. He's been taking a bunch of shots at him.
It's at this point in the video where we see a shot of memorabilia that is likely kept in Drake's studio. First, I want to point out the bobblehead on the far right, which is a limited edition Mac Dre
What's that?
figure from his album The US Open.
Oh, okay.
Mac Dre is synonymous with the Bay Area, and Drake is a well-documented superfan.
Drake actually brought Mac Dre's mother on stage one time.
I don't know if y'all know who this is, but she goes by the name of Mac Wanda, and she birthed a man named Mac Dre.
Next on the far left is a Michael Jackson action figure from circa 1995. I found the actual doll, and it is a fairly rare special edition that does have a button on it that, when pressed, plays the black and white song.
He's just really mocking Kendrick even more here.
The next figure
Black
took
and
me an
white
extremely
song is
long time to find. I
crazy.
couldn't really tell who the character was at all, but this is a retro toy of Jimi Hendrix from a company called Mego, and it depicts his infamous performance at the Monterey Pop Festival in 1967. However, I feel like Drake has this in the video for a very particular reason, as Hendrix was well known for surrounding himself with white groupies, and Kendrick is on record as saying he wanted to be remembered someday, just like Jimi Hendrix.
So Hendrix was with the white groupies, and
petty.
so was Kendrick. And I got a feeling that Drake knows more about this than what we know.
Lastly, we have the signed glove, which also took a long time to find because I kept trying to tie this glove to Michael Jackson, but I eventually did link this autograph to none other than Tiger Woods. Now, Tiger in particular is a well-documented milkman.
Wait, is it his glove?
Who, like Kendrick, has a past of infidelity.
Yep.
Two light-skinned kids, that shit will be cute.
Drake begins with a
Light-skinned
hypothetical
kids is
scenario
crazy.
suggesting that their two sons go on a play date at the park together. He uses this opportunity to emphasize that both children are light-skinned. Although Kendrick's child isn't anywhere near to as light as Drake's, Drake leverages this to subtly accuse Kendrick of hypocrisy.
So this is the beginning of a framework for what's to come, but basically he's just reminding the whole world that
kids?
this is Kendrick's reality, right? He does have mixed children, and he does seem to prefer...
Okay, but how does that work, though, when the kids are on light skin? And the kids are like, I don't even know if you can call them mixed. If one of Whitney's parents is mixed and the other one's black, that means she's even less mixed than the mixed parent. And then if she has kids with a black man, the kids are like, you really can't even call them mixed. They're probably just as mixed as the average black American like me. Right? 10% or less. That's not even, you can't even call that mixed. I am black. So no, we're not doing that. It just don't work when they're not actually light skinned. His kids are brown.
Lighter complected women.
Unless you don't want to be seen with anyone that isn't blacker than you.
He follows this up with a funny remark, hinting that Kendrick might feel embarrassed to be seen with his son due to his complexion.
And this is really the beginning of him setting up the framework to claim that Kendrick really wants to be with white chicks, right? That's truly what he wants. But because he's Kendrick Lamar and he has this persona, he's not able to really do what he truly wants. He has to hide it. He's embarrassed to be seen.
Something also worth mentioning is that in this third verse, Drake tends to match a lot of the visuals with the lyrics. In the case of this section, we see the outside of a studio booth, and you'll notice that when the sign flashes to signal that a live recording is taking place, it's perfectly timed with the words "seen."
Unless you don't want to be seen with anyone that isn't blacker than you.
As far as what this symbolizes, Drake could be simply saying that it's on Family Matters where Kendrick is getting exposed, or Drake could be saying that he has a recording on Kendrick. Now, this is obviously a huge assumption, and it seems unlikely to me because it would have made a lot more sense to put any damaging footage out by now, but we'll have to see where this whole thing goes.
Reach.
Drake's entire sequence here is exceptionally clever. He seizes another chance to mock Kendrick's Black Messiah persona by referencing the line from Kendrick's track, Blacker the Berry. The phrase, blacker the berry, sweeter the juice, is typically associated with black empowerment, symbolizing that darker skin is more beautiful and more connected to one's roots. Kendrick has used this phrase himself, but Drake seems fed up with what he perceives to be one massive grift, because as we all know, romantically, Kendrick doesn't seem to really believe this, as by all accounts, he's attracted to much lighter complexions. Drake then continues to drive home the hypocrisy by implying that Kendrick mixes gin in his juice, which is a reference to Kendrick's history with lighter complected women, as well as a reference to Snoop's West Coast smash, Gin and Juice.
So Drake is pretty much saying in order for you to, enjoy that pure sweet juice that you're talking about.
That's kind of interesting though, because when Kendrick had the Pop Out show, Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg literally had a promo for their, they put out a drink line called like Gin and Juice. I gotta pull it up, but it was literally advertising the whole show.
You're mixing shit in with it. You're fucking up the concentration of the juice. Now, to be fair, the exact origin of the phrase blacker the berry, sweeter the juice is unclear, but it was popularized in the early 20th century, and the phrase gained a lot more traction with Wallace Thurman's 1929 novel, Blacker the Berry. We then heard the phrase be repositioned by Tupac as something that was related to the beauty of black women, but in the book and within the phrase's origin, the saying is far deeper than just that.
Look,
that's why it's important
here
to
you
note
go. It's
that
so funny that he said that, and then they're advertising this the whole Kendrick show. I was like, wow, y'all really made that? That's crazy. Just kind of funny.
in Kendrick's version, he does not use the phrase in relation to women at all, as he repurposed it to explore the complexities of black identity and systemic racism. And I did pick up the book. I'm halfway through it. I got it a few days ago. The book so far is a sad reality. The book so far is sad. Drake suggests that Kendrick sees himself as Bishop, the character from the iconic film Juice, played by Tupac. In the movie, Bishop is a ruthless, power-hungry figure who will do anything to get ahead. Kendrick, known for being a huge Tupac fan and drawing significant inspiration from his music, Drake implies that he's trying to emulate Tupac, striving to match that same aggressive and ambitious persona. And you know, there's been claims about Pac playing Bishop and that how he pretty much became that character after, and that that character wasn't really him either.
When you put your hands on your girl, is it self-defense because she bigger than you?
So this is the first time that Drake has mentioned anything to do with domestic abuse between Kendrick and his fiancée Whitney, and by no means do I condone domestic violence, but this line is pretty funny because Kendrick's girl is indeed taller than him. So it's here where he claims that Kendrick put hands on Whitney, but he still manages to get another short joke off. Now regarding the visuals, it's here where things become quite cryptic and intriguing. The scene begins with someone driving a Cadillac and entering a gated property. This property belongs to Drake's neighbor, Andrew Kernew, whom we will discuss in more detail later.
That's the guy from the biker gang.
Later. On the left-hand side, you'll see a pirate, which was placed there to honor a social justice pirate named Sam Bellamy. Sam was one of the most respected pirates of all time, and he coincidentally died on Andrew's birthday. So these things that I'm explaining right now aren't really important for Drake, but I'm just explaining what's in the video.
Your back is up against the curb. You digging for dirt, should be digging for proof.
So again, it's here where Drake proves even more that the information that he was holding was something he felt was very significant for this battle. Drake labels Kendrick as someone who's in hot water and claims he's doing whatever he can to find dirt on Drake. So Drake is asking for proof, and that's something that neither one of these guys have been good at giving.
Why did you move to New York? Is it because you live in that bachelor life?
So I talked about the New York line in my tailor-made breakdown, and like I said before, I'm of the opinion that Kendrick and Whitney are indeed separated. I think Drake got this part bang on, but again, this is just my opinion, but ultimately, it is the furthest thing from a far-fetched take to have.
Yeah, it's not crazy.
But don't want to make her your actual wife.
Drake seems to be insinuating that they've been together for a long time, but this isn't what Kendrick really wants, and he's never really truly been committed.
I'm guessing this wedding ain't happening right, because we know the girls that you actually like.
Kendrick did propose in 2015, and while it's not a big deal to never get married, for a devoted Christian and a man of God, this is typically a priority. However, Drake has already referenced the facts regarding the cheating of white women, and he insinuates that this is what Kendrick really wants. Now, as far as
I don't know if Kendrick really, like, I get that that's the angle he's like hitting at, but like, I'm just not convinced that Kendrick just likes white girls. I think he like everything, like most of these niggas. That's what I'm thinking.
Visuals, we see someone that to me looks like Drake, but I can't be sure.
I can't tell either.
Drake embraces the old age saying,
"It's all in your face, like what
will come to
happened
light,"
to Mike,
implying that no matter how sneaky or
wait. Oh, is he talking about the skin thing?
deceitful actions may be, they will eventually be exposed. Again, we get some clever wordplay here from Drake, as we have another Michael Jackson reference. MJ suffered from vitiligo, a condition that presents itself with white patches on the skin.
Okay.
It's here where Drake claims that all the things that Kendrick has done to grease Whitney over the years is written all over his face. And even if this is in Mr. Morale, that doesn't change the fact that it's a good angle. He's framed it like Kendrick's a closeted milkman. Like, white chicks is really what he really wants, what he's really into. The scene then flashes.
I think he just like women and attention, honestly.
To Jeremiah, Drake's right-hand man next to Chubbs. As many of you know, in Meet the Grams, Kendrick claimed that Drake had a secret daughter, and many speculated that the picture of the little girl on Andrew's property was Drake's way of trolling this planted information, since Drake will later claim on the Heart Part 6 that he fed him these details. However, after some research, the girl pictured is actually Andrew's daughter, as I found the exact same photo on his Instagram account.
Oh shit, it's all making sense. Maybe I'm Prince and you actually might.
Out of all the Prince and Mike flips that we got in this battle, this one is by far the hardest. For context, Drake was always compared with Mike, whereas Kendrick was more likened to Prince. However, Drake takes the chance to flip this thing on its head, claiming that it's actually Kendrick who's like Mike.
Michael was praying his features would change so people believe that he's actually white.
MJ went to great lengths to conceal the patches caused by a skin condition. He was pretty self-conscious about this, and Drake claims that MJ prayed that his features would change so that he would look Caucasian. So just like Mike,
that's so insulting to say. That's so insulting to say.
White patches, Kendrick is ashamed of his preference for white women.
Are you trying to say Michael Jackson wanted to be white when it's really that he had a skin condition?
So coming off the previous line, Drake draws parallels between Mike's situation and Kendrick's situation by claiming that TDE forced Kendrick to do features for white pop artists that he likely didn't want to do. Hence, just like Mike, he was also praying that his features would change. It's the best Prince MJ flip that we got, for sure. It's a very hard double. As far as the white features, we're talking Dido, Maroon 5, U2, Taylor Swift, Imagine Dragons, Robin Thicke, and no, this is not Drake's catalog, this is Kendrick's. I know people like to label Drake as a pop artist.
That's so interesting though, considering like that's an interesting angle for Drake to play, considering like he has the most commercial and hence white appeal out of like any rapper. And like he talks about the least controversial things, which also appeals to a wider audience. You know, he's the pop artist. I get it, but at the same time, it's like maybe good angle, wrong messenger type vibe.
And there's an argument to be made for that, but no matter how you want to spin it, Drake does not do music with full-on pop artists like Maroon 5. I mean, Kendrick...
He literally did a song with Camila Cabello.
Was doing records with full-on white pop artists, and Drake doesn't do that. That's a fact.
I love that song. What do you want? Shake it off? Shake it off.
Wait. So now niggas can't like pop now? Michael Jackson was literally a pop artist. The biggest pop artist ever. Mariah Carey, half black. One of the biggest pop artists ever. So what, like niggas can't have range and like pop artists no more? So we're saying that if you're black and you're a rapper, you can only like and collab with other black artists and rappers? I like Shake It Off too. I like that 22 song. I like a bunch of songs from that era. So what? I'm not black? I'm not a real hip hop fan and rap fan because I like some Taylor Swift songs? That's crazy.
And Drake continues with the MJ flip as he had a brother named Jermaine, and by all accounts, MJ allegedly did whatever he could to blackball his brother from reaching stardom. Then we got the fact that Jermaine Jackson had a documentary made about himself called Into the Light. However, the line is actually a really hard triple, as Drake is also referring to J. Cole, whose real name is Jermaine. Now, what Drake means
I never
by
thought he
this
was
is
talking about the
entirely
Jackson
speculation,
Jermaine.
but I do have a theory, as this beef was a massive moment for hip-hop, one of the biggest we've seen in decades, and although J. Cole did jump into the ring for a moment, he bowed out before things even kicked off. So it's here where Drake really plays off his decade-long narrative that Kendrick is someone that is desperate for attention, and in this case, Drake is accusing him of manipulating J. Cole from being involved so that he can have all this spotlight to himself. I don't know how you couldn't admit that that whole sequence was...
I mean, Schoolboy Q did say that he's the one that told Cole to like stay out of it, so I mean, that's okay. That's a good angle.
It's crazy because that whole MJ thing is
that's a good angle.
That's all phenomenal, man. It is.
I get off the plane and nothing has changed. I handed the lolly with all of my ice.
Drake takes the chance to respond to Kendrick's claims of how he was going to be snatching chains.
I'm snatching chains and burning tattoos. It's up.
Drake really devalues Kendrick's pull in his own city, as he claims that when he touches down in LA, nothing will have changed. Drake references an upscale restaurant called Delilah, which he's frequent so often that they even have a drink named after him called the Champagne Poppy.
Drake makes the claim that he's going to this establishment with all his jewelry, which is similar to what he said on Push-Ups. So Drake's claiming he's going to his favorite spot, he's going to be kicked back, he's going to have all of his jewelry on, and Kendrick has no pull. There's nothing will have changed.
In that area? Probably not. In Compton? Now, let me know if Drake goes to Compton with all his jewelry. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Kendrick claimed he got control over the whole California area. But Compton specifically? I don't know. Would Drake be confident doing that? He did cancel his show in Compton. He did. I'm just giving y'all the facts. Before the beef, Drake had a tour stop in Compton. After the beef, the show got removed. Y'all tell me, you do with that information what you will.
That's what I'm doing, is calling it right. That's all I've done this whole entire beef. Check the channel, check the catalog. I've been showing both sides, both perspectives, and being fair. When it comes to Family Matters, you can't sit there and say that there's not plenty of bars on this track that don't deserve props, because there is. Like, for anyone that's just going to shit all over this record and call it garbage and trash and
it's just a third of the song don't count.
Surface level, like, if you're one of those people, you're either A, an extreme deranged fan of Kendrick, meaning you literally worship a celebrity, or your hatred for Drake is that extreme that you can't even give him a compliment.
Drake says you're dead 3 times, which could very well be related to the 3 gunshots that we heard earlier. However, I feel what he's really trying to get across is that this track, along with the visuals, was intended to be a funeral for Kendrick.
And then
There's
Kendrick
also the fact that he
in.
does have 3 beat switches on this record in particular, and to date, Family Matters was the 3rd diss track from Drake.
And now we can get into these really weird and cryptic visuals.
Next, we see Drake having a conversation with the owner of the property, Andrew Kernew. Now, before
Isn't
I
he
get
the
into
leader of
any
that
of the
gang?
visuals here, I need to explain more about Andy and who he actually is. First off, there's
He's a
been a lot of
thug.
speculation about Andrew online, and I've done extensive research on him. No, he is not a full-on patched Hells Angels member, but he's as close as you can get, meaning he may as well be. Andrew is heavily connected to the club as he has friends and family that are
Them the
full-on
ones that beat up Rick Ross.
patch members, and by all accounts, he became involved with the HA organization from a very young age. I was able to find out that his nickname on the streets was Big Head, and I even found his name in a well-known Hells Angels book. It's in these pages where Andrew comes up as one of the main targets for police, whose mission was obviously to take down the HA.
Now, Andrew would eventually get arrested, and some of these crimes are things that, even to this day, he claims he's innocent.
Andy would go on to find himself in and out of prison for a total of 9 years, but most noteworthy was in 2002 when he spent time in Toronto's Don Jail, which is considered to be the most violent jail in Canadian history.
With that said, the visuals in Family Matters should make a lot more sense now.
As you can see from the visuals here, Andrew and Drake are having a conversation.
His head is big.
A strange concrete structure. However, this is not just any structure, as this is the actual prison cell that Andrew was held in.
Oh, they
when he
took
did
it out the
time.
building?
Andrew literally found a way to buy the physical cell that he was in.
Damn, that's
and that's what's on his property.
Fans also took notice of the mysterious piece of paper pinned to the outside
I'm not
of
gonna
the
lie,
jail
that's kinda
cell
wild.
and assumed that this was more
Kinda fire.
information that Drake had on Kendrick, but these claims couldn't be further from the truth. I was able to find that the piece of paper on the outside of the jail cell is an article of when Andrew was attacked at the jail during a 2002 riot.
I think it's a pretty hard flex to buy the actual jail cell that you were in. Being as successful
can't
as he
lie.
is now,
That is fire.
knowing that this was the cell that you lost your eye in when you got attacked. You got stabbed in the eye, right?
Now, I'd be doing this dude pretty dirty if I just labeled him as some ex-con biker guy, because he went on to become extremely educated. He owns a chain of dental clinics. He's got the biggest property on Bridle Path. He's Justin Bieber's godfather. He's got a crazy rags to riches story.
His story resonated with me because I found out his family is from the same place as mine, which we didn't grow up with no silver spoon. Like, it made sense. He grew up poor, right?
With all that said, what is the significance of Andrew in this video? Well, I think the purpose is to further cement Drake's connection to the Hells Angels. It seems as though Drake has deep ties with the organization, as they do respect him and likely see him as a brother. I mean, here are 2 posts from Drake of motorcycles signed by Sonny Barger, a guy who often gets mistaken for creating the Hells Angels because he's that well known. It's also interesting to note that Sonny founded the Oakland, California chapter.
Drake's been spotted with HA members many times. He's wearing the support gear. He's mentioned it in music. And that's because Drake is connected. Up with them.
A track titled
Okay.
Family Matters is powerful because this is how the club operates. When you befriend the
Like
club in the
family.
way that Drake has, you're now considered family. The HA organization
And that's why they jump Rick Ross.
lives by a specific set of codes
I don't
and
know why he went out there and did that.
values that differ from everyday civilians. Drake is 100% good with the Hells Angels, the West Toronto chapter to be specific. Andy is someone that grew up with black gangs in government housing. He was a J-Unit Supermax inmate for dangerous offenders. Many of the inmates during that time were murdered, but Andy is still alive and thriving.
They hired a crisis management team to clean up the fact that you beat on your queen. The picture you painted ain't what it seemed. You did.
Drake seems to be referencing an incident that allegedly occurred at the Hard Rock Cafe in 2014, where it was rumored that Kendrick was involved in an altercation with a woman. Although Kendrick denied these allegations and the story eventually faded from public attention, Drake appears to highlight on this track that the woman involved was not just anyone, but that it was his queen, Whitney. Now, there's a video of a security guard who claims that Kendrick was indeed responsible for this incident.
Because like half of her face was like blown out pretty much. She was with a certain rapper who had assaulted her. His first name was Kendrick. Kendrick Lamar? Yeah. There was cops there.
Oh, he must have dug for this because I haven't seen this one.
And it's at this point where the
like I said, I told y'all this before. I am an outsider and I'm a fan. I already told y'all there's multiple factors that would increase the probability that hypothetically Kendrick Lamar could be an abuser. Came from a traumatic background. We don't look, if you look at the impacts of beating children, you know, like physical violence, very common in the black community. And personally, I think it could make the person more susceptible to abuse and make a person more susceptible to becoming an abuser when physical violence is normalized from a young age. He's an alcoholic. Come on, y'all. Borderline Hotep. Come on, we added multiple things. He already said he got problems. I'm just saying. I don't know if he did it, but I would be dumb to sit here and act like, oh, nah, there's no way. It's like, well, I'm looking at multiple factors that could increase the probability of one being someone that physically abused someone. And if that's the case, like I said, when I first reacted to this song, Kendrick Lamar needs to address it. Personally, I said I want him to address it. If you did it, own up to it, take accountability. You got to answer for that as a man. I ain't answering for shit. I didn't do it. I don't condone domestic violence. So if he did it, it needs to be brought to the light. He needs to be held accountable. He needs to be a man and stand on it. That's a good clip because I was looking for so much information trying to find anything on it and I couldn't find anything.
Who Kid drop
The only thing I found was the interview on the Breakfast Club
from Drake from Push-Ups starts to get a little more interesting. When we explore this further, the Who Kid drop wasn't just a reference to the Dave Free and Whitney allegations, but it pointed us right into the direction of when Kendrick performed in Las Vegas on May 3rd, 2014, with DJ Who Kid playing the very next day. Then we can't forget,
that's crazy. Nah, no way. That's the same day.
3rd, 2014, with DJ Who Kid playing the very next day. Then we can't forget that Drake dropped his Family Matters record on May 3rd, so this was all extremely calculated.
I can guarantee Kendrick did not want these allegations coming to light again. He picked up on that drop in Push-Ups right away, knew what it meant, and he acted accordingly.
Fabricate stories on the family front because you heard Mr. Morale.
It's called a safety net, right? That's what that is.
Right, trying to get ahead of it.
Now, what we do know is that Kendrick did indeed make it to this performance. As you can see, this is when he first arrived at the event, and this is him with his friends at the rehab pool. He was slated to perform early that Saturday at 10 a.m. I also found a photo where he's in his hotel suite after the performance, and this photo was likely taken midday. I tried my best to pinpoint what exact suite this was, meaning what hotel was this at, but I couldn't figure it out.
I think it would also be helpful
if only you could find the girl who was in the interview
to find out what hotel he was at, right? So if you guys could find it, go right ahead.
Next, we also know that Kendrick didn't just hang
somebody could probably find this, bro.
Back to chill at the suite that night.
Can't be that
as
hard.
we have photos of him at the pre-party for the Mayweather fight. As you can see, the date by Alamy is clearly listed as Las Vegas, May 3rd, 2014. Interestingly enough, the bodyguard also stated that this incident took place during Memorial Day weekend
or at a fight.
It was Memorial Day or it was fight weekend, I don't remember.
However, another layer comes into play here as we also have a photo of Kendrick with Whitney at this exact pre-party. As you can see, Alamy clearly tags this photo as being at a pre-party for a Mayweather fight on May 3rd. We also know that Kendrick made it to the fight that night as a Mayweather fight.
Chat, can we zoom in on this? Not seeing what I'm seeing. Let's zoom in. No, let's just keep it right here. Let's zoom in, chat. Hold on. Wait, how I zoom in? Let me zoom. Oh, no. I want to zoom. Oh, there we go. Wait, what's it? Control? Control plus? Chat, is it me or does her face kind of look like it got a bruise on it? Are y'all seeing it? I could be tripping, but it kind of looks like that doesn't look like natural face color. But then again, some of it looks like that similar hue up here. I don't know, chat. You know what it kind of looks like? It kind of looks like, because like in order to put on like makeup to cover a bruise, you have to put on like, now I'm not a makeup expert, my bestie would know, but you have to put on like some green like color, I think it's called color corrector under it before you put the makeup on top. And this kind of looks like what it looks like to put on makeup on top of a bruise without color corrector. I could be wrong, chat. I'm trying to be objective. That's just what it looked like.
On May 3rd. We also know that Kendrick made it to the fight that night, as I found a photo of him at the event. And that's when the fight took place, May 3rd. The main fight took place that night at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it went the full 12 rounds, wrapping up at around 1 a.m. With all that said, we now have a fairly decent timeline of what Kendrick's day looked like up until early in the morning of May 4th. Based on what the bodyguard is saying, and based on the info I just shared, it seems like Kendrick would have went back to his hotel that night between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., and this is likely when the incident would have took place. So when we look at the timeline I presented, we got to at least admit that the bodyguard's info aligns with it, right?
It was Memorial Day or it was fight weekend, I don't remember.
Also important to note, even if this incident did take place on Memorial Day weekend, it still wouldn't look much better for Kendrick because he also performed in Vegas during that time as well.
It was Memorial Day or it was fight weekend, I don't remember.
I mean, if you don't like the info, just call me a culture vulture. That'll make you feel better. Secondly, there is information from a news outlet called Media Takeout, which reported on the incident when it occurred. According to Media Takeout, both TDE and a crisis management firm contacted them demanding that the article be taken down, claiming that the story was entirely false. And as it stands...
Wait. They said the woman retracted her statement. So does that mean she made a statement in the first place? Or are they talking about the woman that was in the video retracted her statement?
That the article be taken down, claiming that the story was entirely false. And as it stands right now today, this is all we got. Everything I just showed you guys is what we got. So I'm going to leave this on you guys. Keep in mind, these are harsh allegations, right? So keep that in mind. We've got circumstantial clues, but we don't have, there's literally no concrete evidence that he did this. So with that said, do you think the story's true and TDE hid this? Or do you think this is just
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like I told y'all my honest opinion. Based on information Kendrick has given us about his upbringing, understanding Black culture, children are being beat, how that can change the psychology of a person, and possibly, in my opinion, as a child that was beat, possibly normalize abuse, or change your perception on physical abuse or violence, his alcoholism, and being kind of a hotep, you know, the tendencies of people that fall into that hotep category and some of their attitudes towards women. I'm just going, and then I didn't see the video of the lady, so you at that video? I mean, I'm wondering, like, what reason would that lady in the video have to, like, just make it up and randomly assign it to Kendrick? Hypothetically, if something like that did happen with any artist or person that brings in a lot of money, could there be a crisis management team To clean something up, absolutely. To protect the asset, it's not even about like it being morally this or that. It's about protecting their asset. So it's happened with other people with even worse things than that. So yeah.
Fabricated bullshit. For me, I'll be honest, I could never put this on Kendrick's jacket without documentation, pictures, something, right? It's just, these are harsh allegations. So in closing, finally wrapping this thing up, I think Family Matters is totally slept on because it is indeed a solid diss record.
I mean, y'all tell me what y'all think, though. Y'all tell me what y'all think.
The hate that this record is getting right now will not last forever. I believe that this record has some elements of truth to it.
Yeah.
And I'm confident that this will age better in time. My track record in predicting this entire beef has been pretty accurate. And it's been
I feel like Kendrick just like completely stepped on this. Like he just, it's like he damn near erasing it out of people's memory.
The audience,
like, you know, like the further we get away from it, I feel like the less people are gonna remember the song.
Who have complimented me on my success in doing that. I can guarantee you, all the people that made content for the last 5 months shitting all over this record, none of that content's going to age well. In 5, 10, 15 years from now, people are going to look at this record differently, and at least they'll have a good breakdown.
I don't know about that.
That was a very well thought out video, and he did his thing.
I thought this was masterful.
I could tell. What's the dirt?
Breakdown was dope, man.
He did it in hip hop right now.
Oh, and that guy.
What's the dirt? W-vid, we finally got through, I think like 4 hours later. Next time I do this, I'll just go 1.25 speed. I told y'all it was going to be a long one. If you made it to the end, make sure you guys leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Drop a follow to the Twitch. Come through to the live stream. We would love to have you. Links pinned in the comments in the description, along with my other socials. Appreciate y'all checking it out, man. This is a good one. What's the dirt? You did it again, my guy. Even though I disagree with a lot of your points, I still feel like he did his best as a Canadian, as a piece of Canadian bacon and someone that likes Drake. I think he did his absolute best to stay objective. And he did for the most part. Except that part with the J. Cole where he was reaching with the J. Cole part. I'm still going to cook you over that, gang. And then they're trying to get the slaves free line. Those two, gang. Nah. Okay. But we're out of here. We spent enough time here. Of course, y'all leave me your comments. Let me know what y'all think. But until next time, you guys, we're out.